I'd like to call the meeting to order. Thank you for all of you for being here. Could we have the roll call, please?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Commissioner Badami?
Here.
Commissioner Hudis?
Here.
Commissioner Janoff?
Here.
Commissioner Birch?
Here.
Vice Chair Kane?
Here.
And Chair O'Donnell.
Here.
And I will just note for the record that Commissioner Hanson just arrived as well.
Okay. Our first matter is the Pledge of Allegiance, and Commissioner Birch will lead us. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. This is the point on the agenda where we see if we have any subcommittee reports or commission matters. Has anyone attended a meeting that they wish to report on? Seeing no hands, I will assume not. The next we have is verbal communications on matters not on the agenda. And if you care to talk about something that is not on the agenda, I would request that you submit a card. I only have one card at the moment, so I will call on Angelia Dorner. Pardon me.
Hello, I'm Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove and a prouder resident of the town of Los Gatos. Just shy of 20 years ago, I stopped here for a sandwich on my way over the hill to see if the beach was really as close as everyone said it was. A sandwich, then a strawberry banana sundae from Swenson's, and sitting on a few different benches in the park for about 3 hours, I knew that I would never leave because of the beauty and a true sense of calm that I felt here like nowhere else. Just shy of 3 years ago, I started researching, trying to learn how, when, and who made certain decisions affecting my neighborhood, the Almond Grove. I found out prior town management had blatantly lied to residents in its outreach meeting, and that I was being stonewalled from trying to get information. As you, the town council, and the new town management knows, I learned the process, and I learned what's necessary to get information and to share your thoughts. Last night, someone asked me why I was coming here tonight. And they said, it doesn't have to do with your neighborhood. I said, everything that goes on in Los Gatos affects my neighborhood. So I talked to them a little bit about an email that I got from someone in the Chamber of Commerce recently asking me if I thought I was a preservationist. I haven't responded yet. But then just after getting home, I saw an article in one of the recent Los Gatos magazines, this one sponsored by the Chamber of Commerce. It's called A Town, Not a City, and the subline says, structures can't change the true character of Los Gatos. I was furious when I read this article. I had to calm myself down to see if I could even talk about it tonight. There were a number of things that I found really alarming. Yes, it is true, the appearance of the orange netted story poles rouses concerned citizens and triggers an avalanche of discussion with decision makers. However, the article also says that it is essential to look at substantive versus what is apocryphal or mythological. In other words, what views really have no bearing in truth. And then it goes on to talk about mass scale, the things that we are all here to talk about tonight. But then it also says the neighborhoods are so diverse, and it should be evident that these guidelines have developed over time, frequently in reaction to prior mistakes. We are counting on you to make sure that those mistakes aren't made again in the future. There are too many projects going on that will severely impact the beauty and the very calm that this town presents to not only its residents, but to people from afar. And I hope that the Chamber of Commerce focuses more on what will people remember when they come to Los Gatos. If it's memorable, they will feel welcome, they will want to stay, and they will want to come back, not just for our history, but our historical beauty. Thank you.
Thank you very much. The next item we have on the agenda would be a consent item. We only have one, and that's the approval of the minutes. We have a motion?
I move to approve adoption of the consent calendar, approving the minutes of the April 26, 2017 Planning Commission meeting.
And is there a second? Yes. Commissioner Birch?
I'll second.
Any discussion? All those in favor? Passes unanimously. At this point, we're going to move into item number 2, which is the Alberta Way, but I think one of our commissioners wants to make a statement and recuse herself. Please go ahead.
I am recusing myself from item number 2. The subject property is located within 500 feet of my residence. Good night.
Thank you very much for coming in any event. All right, so now we can move to the item number 2, 401 to 409 Alberta Way, architecture and site application, conditional use permit, and an environmental impact report. And I'd ask for a staff report.
Good evening, Chair, Vice Chair, Commissioners. The project in front of you tonight is the revised proposal by Shane Arters of LP Acquisitions to build a new office building at the corner of Alberta Way and Los Gatos Saratoga Road. You first saw this project exactly 9 months ago in August of 2016. At that time, the proposal was for 2 office buildings, which with this revised design has been converted into 1. At 2 Planning Commission meetings in August, there was discussion that resulted in continuation with specific direction. A summary of that direction was included in the staff report for the August 12th meeting. And the written materials that you've received over the last 9 months show that there are many comments and a lot of information from the applicant and from interested neighbors. The written materials from the applicant do show that they have been working to respond to the comments that they have heard, both from the commission and from the neighbors. They have reduced their floor area by 10%. They've reduced the size of the underground garage to allow for construction staging on site and fewer trucks for off-haul. They have reduced the overall mass of the building by reducing the height of it as well as the square footage, giving a reduction in mass of approximately 25%. And they've moved the building back from the street, combining the 2 buildings into 1 to allow for more surface parking, more open space on the street, or right off of the street there, and greater views of the hills from the surrounding area. The written materials from the neighbors show that they are still very concerned about the project, about its size, the traffic, and the environmental impacts. As laid out in that staff report from April 12th, the Commission has a number of options which focus on 2 questions primarily that will likely be answered tonight. After hearing from the applicant, the neighbors, and numerous experts who are available to answer questions about the technical issues. The first question is whether the environmental impact report can be certified. The EIR could be certified as a separate motion or as part of a motion making a decision on the project itself. Without certification of the EIR, the project cannot be approved. However, no decision is required on the EIR if the project is denied or continued. The second question is whether to approve or deny the proposed project. Has the applicant responded to your previous comments sufficiently to say that they are now in conformance with town codes, policies, standards, and guidelines? To help you answer some of these questions, as well as many questions brought up by public comment and materials provided to you in writing, the applicant has their technical experts who are the ones who prepared the technical studies, and they are available during the public comment period of this hearing. Town staff also has consultants hired by the town who peer reviewed those studies, and they are available to confirm or clarify anything from their review. In addition to the planning and Parks and Public Works staff, we have TJKM, that's the town's traffic consultant. We have Amac Foster Wheeler, the town's geotechnical consultant. And we have Robert James from EMC, that's the environmental consultant, for questions about the EIR. We encourage you to ask questions of them and the numerous technical consultants who are here tonight to help clarify any issues discussed in the written materials, any questions that come up this evening. This concludes the staff presentation, but I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Before we get into that, I just want to establish, the story poles were changed. And would you remark on that, please?
Correct. So the original story poles that were put up were orange. The applicant, in revising their proposed project, decided to retain those so that the changes from the original proposal could be seen. The proposed project was story poled in blue.
All right. Let me also establish, has everyone viewed the site since the change? And that's unanimous. All right. And yes, Commissioner Hudis, you have your hand up?
Yeah, I have a few questions of staff. Some of them are more technical, and I'll save them until after the public testimony. But I had kind of two big picture questions. One is what is permissible on this site, and I think given the concerns that have been raised, it's important to understand what's the role of the Planning Commission with these kinds of matters. So the zoning for this, is it CH?
Correct.
And would an alternative use such as residential be permitted on that site?
No.
So that wouldn't be something that the Planning Commission could address. That would have to go to Council, General Plan Committee, et cetera, to revise the zoning. Is that correct?
It would require a different type of application to allow that type of use.
Okay.
And the role of the Planning Commission is to evaluate the currently proposed project in light of all of our current guidelines, codes, and policies that are relevant to this application.
I had a second big picture question. There were concerns raised about whether the town should approve any new proposed development until such time as it can convince the state of California to eliminate an unfunded mandate. This is in a letter from the public. This may be more for the attorney, I don't know, but is that true? Would the town not be allowed to approve any proposed developments until it can convince the state to eliminate an unfunded mandate for schools, let's say, or other matters?
Current regulations allow us to approve projects.
We have to, like Joel just said, look at our guidelines, our rules, our laws that are in place, and evaluate that on the basis. If we were to just do a complete building moratorium and say we're not going to build until the state figures out the mandate on schools, it's basically we would be challenged quite a bit on eminent domain and takings claims, because we basically are not allowing people to use the property for the intended purposes for the laws that are on our books.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Hanson?
I had sort of a big picture question. It was sort of about the neighborhood. I'm pretty sure we talked about this at the last hearing, but the applicant talked a lot about the need for Class 1 or Class A office space in Los Gatos. And so then I was trying to gauge where this kind of stood relative to other buildings that we had that were office space in Los Gatos. And so I had two questions. One was, there is the two buildings that are at the back of Alberta Way, and I remember we heard about it at the General Plan Committee, but I don't remember the square footage of the buildings at the back of Alberta Way. And then I have a second question. Roughly.
I don't know the size of those buildings. Have anything to add?
Okay, well.
Is the question, too, as we understand it, that a development proposal for the property at the back ultimately may come before us, but is not presently before us? Or is this just a question of the existing buildings?
I was just trying to basically do a neighborhood analysis and also an office building analysis in my mind about where this kind of stood in Los Gatos. but there was a proposal that came before the General Plan Committee to amend the zoning for the a property that was on the other side of the fence so that they could potentially put a third office building there. But that's a, you know.
And I'll check
not- yeah.
one source to see if I can get that answered, but it'll probably be following public testimony.
Okay. Well, and so then my other question, and I don't truly expect you to have this answers off the top of your head, but 83,000 square feet, even with the reduced size, is a pretty big building. So I'm trying to find out where would be the closest building in Los Gatos that would be that kind of square footage.
That's not information I
You don't know
have
off
off
the
the
top of your
top
head?
of my head, sorry.
Okay. I remember in some of the reports we saw that there was a building on University that's like 60,000 square feet, and then, but you know, that was kind of some big picture questions that I had. So.
Any other comments from staff on that question? If not, Commissioner Hughes has his hand up.
You know, one other really, to me, important question, because I think that after the hearing in August, at the conclusion, and the motion and the instructions were to significantly reduce the size of the building. And I think that's going to be a key issue that we look at. So in terms of evaluating size of a building, it seems as though there's one argument that says you look at square footage. There's another argument that says you look at volume. I guess the mass, or as described more by volume, the arguments that I've read. Is there any guidance for the Planning Commission about whether one of those is more appropriate than the other? Can they both be alternatively considered? Because in this situation, we've seen a reduction in one of those figures that's small, and one of them that's more significant.
The staff has reviewed the project to make sure that it is in compliance with our code, which limits the size of a building based on floor area and floor area ratio lot coverage. The applicant has presented a description of how they have responded to your August comments. And one of the ways that they have chosen to describe the reduction in overall mass of the building, trying to bring it more compatible with the neighborhood, has been through this calculation of the total mass of the building. In your evaluation of whether the building now is compatible and meets town code and guidelines, those are ways to describe it and to try to understand the changes that have been made.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Yes, Commissioner Birch?
Just a quick procedural question. All the town engineers and specialty consultants will be available to us after all the public testimony and everything, right? We don't need to do that now.
Correct.
I want to hear this.
The consultants who actually prepared most of the reports would need to be consulted during public
Okay.
testimony and the public hearing. But the town's peer reviewers and town staff are all available after the close of public comment.
Great, thank you.
Chair, just I was able to find the data on the town's website, so it looks like the two buildings at the end are 28,000 square feet each, approximately.
All right, if there are no other questions from the staff, I think we can open the public hearing, and the hearing will begin by the applicant having 10 minutes in total. That will be followed by others. I've got a number of cards here, and if your card is not here, but you wish to speak, please submit another card. I will call on each of you, and you will each have up to 3 minutes to speak. Now, we've had this hearing before, and what you've said in the past is fairly fresh in our minds, which is not to limit you in any way, but I would suggest to you, if you hear someone saying the same thing you're going to say, repetition probably is not necessary, but that's up to you. So I just make that one admonition, and that being the case, I'll call on the applicant.
Good evening, Chair O'Donnell and members of the Planning Commission. I'm Alicia Guerra with Buckhalter Niemer. I'm here on behalf of LP Acquisitions, the applicant. I'm going to provide some introductions here, I think, to the commissioner's comments about the availability of our consultants here this evening to answer your questions. And then I'm going to turn it over to Dan Kirby to walk through the changes in the architecture. This evening, you have Shane Arders and Randy Lamb from LP Acquisitions to speak on behalf of the applicant. You also have Dan Kirby from ArcTech. You have two individuals from NGO who are engineering geologists and consultants who provide all of the technical information on the geology and seismic issues. We have Janet Can and Bob Bache from NGO. We also have Dan Mitchell from Kieran Wright to speak to hydrology issues. And finally, we have Gary Black of Hexagon who can address any technical traffic-related comments. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Dan Kirby to speak to the architecture, and then I'm going to close with a couple of observations related to some additional comments that were received from the public that are reflected in your package. Thank you.
I'm going to walk and talk, if that's okay. I'm Dan Kirby with ArcTech Architects in San Jose, representing the developer. Can we go? Oh, there is. Great. Fantastic. Thank you. Okay. Oh, it did work. Okay, thank you. So what we heard at the last meeting here at the town was there was a fair amount of concern about the size and mass of the building and especially its proximity to the street. So what we decided to do is take a completely fresh look at the design. And as you may recall, the previous design, is there a laser pointer on this little guy here? Okay. The previous design consisted of two buildings, one building here on the left and one building here on the right with an amenity space in between. And our thought in looking at taking a fresh look at the design was that the amenity space in between the buildings, while nice for the tenants, was probably not the best use of that space in terms of designing a building that would really fit the site and also address some of the concerns of the town and the neighbors. So what we decided to do was redesign the building completely, and instead of having two buildings, which are shaped like this, create one building and really take the mass and size of the building and push it as far back to the site, to the rearmost setback lines as possible. What that allowed us to do is create much more open space in front of the building, and we relocated the amenity area to the front of the building here. We also increased the surface parking, which was something that was fairly important to the town and the neighbors. Probably more telling than the square footage reduction of the building is also the mass reduction of the building. The client has made a decision to go with a concrete structure, which prohibits a little bit of flexibility for tenants. However, what it does do is allow us to reduce the thickness of the floor and roof framing from about 30 inches to 3 feet down to a foot. And so that really allows the height of the building to come down significantly, and the overall mass reduction of the building is 25%, whereas the square footage reduction is only 10%. The overall mass reduction is about 25%. And you'll see that more significantly in the slides that follow. In addition to reducing the size of the building and increasing the surface parking, that allowed us to reduce the size of the garage substantially. The former garage used to come all the way out to the street, and we've been able to eliminate a complete double row of parking in the basement level, 2 levels of the garage, and that allows us to pull the footprint of the garage back off of the street. And the great benefit to that is that all of the construction staging can now occur on site. It doesn't have to, we don't have to park trucks in the street to offload. All of that can be done on the site. It also reduces the amount of excavation, which will decrease the amount of truckloads of dirt going off the site during construction. So here you can see the former design, the two buildings separated by the amenity space. Our first pass at the redesign is this middle version. We did receive some very good comments from Larry Cannon, who's the city's consulting architect. He felt that we needed a little bit more articulation on the building, especially this section in the center. So this is the final design, which creates a little bit more of a hierarchy of elements and creates a little bit more visual interest in architectural elements here at the center section, especially amongst the entry. I want to quickly go to this slide, which shows you more significantly the reduction in size of the building. What we've done is taken the current design and superimposed the former design over the top of it. And here you can see how much we've been able to reduce the height of the building. It's actually 5'6" on the north end and 6 feet on the south end. So it's a fairly significant reduction in height and mass. Oh, let me drop back for 1 second. The other thing that we did when we reduced the footprint of the building, there was concern about the proximity of the building to the north property line. So in reducing the massing of the building, we were also able to increase the setback along the north property line by an additional 10 feet. So the building is pulled back off of the north property line by an additional 10 feet, addressing concerns of the neighbors to the north. In addition, there was a balcony that formerly faced the north side of the site, and that's been eliminated. All the balconies now face towards Alberta Way. So here are our renderings. You can see the former design was quite tall, and here's the interim design and the final design here, which has been reduced in height. Did you want to, Elisa, did you want to talk about the, here.
Thanks, Dan. So what I wanted to address here is there were 3 issues that were raised in the comments that you received following the issuance or as part of the application in the staff report. First, the revised project that Dan described to you is the feasible project. We heard you regarding a reduction in the size. So my client took the approach of trying to reduce the size in terms of the mass and volume of the building. So we recognize that there is a limited amount of square footage reduction, but that is what is considered the feasible alternative. And under CEQA and under the rules that apply to the determination of feasibility, that's measured in terms of economics, social, legal, technological considerations. So given the site constraints here and all of the other aspects related to the development, including the infrastructure needed to serve the project and that the additional amenities and items required for a Class A office space, as well as the additional requirements to satisfy the town's requirements, we took all of that into consideration and came up with this revised project. This revised project meets the town's rules. There are no changes being requested. There's no general plan amendment to the alternative that a commenter recently requested for residential. All of that would require changing the rules for the site. We kept within the rules. We kept within the zoning, the general plan, and the town's commercial design guidelines, which actually encourage the location of underground parking related to the development in a commercial area. So all of those things were considered as part of this project, which takes me to the second point that I wanted to make this evening. The EIR that was presented to you, that you heard about in August, concluded that the impacts were less than significant for the original project. Well, the revised project, which further reduces the size of the project, also results in less than significant impacts. And I know some of the commenters have raised concerns about geotechnical issues and hydrology issues, things related to worst case conditions. Well, CEQA doesn't require an analysis of all the possible hypotheticals that you could come up with. It requires the application of the reasonable person standard. This analysis and all of these consultants who are here this evening to address your concerns have undertaken a standard methodology, applied that to this project, and confirmed that the conclusions would be less than significant, even for the smaller project. The town's own consultants, peer review consultants, reached a similar conclusion. So the second point is, there are no significant impacts associated with this project, even with the revised alternative. And finally, this evening, we're requesting that you make a decision to approve this project, to certify the EIR and approve this project. We've addressed all of your questions, and if you do have further questions, we're available to answer them. But there are no new issues associated with this project. Thank you very much, and if you have any questions, we have our team here available to answer them for you.
Thank you, Ms. Armour. I'm sure we will have some questions. So I'll invite questions now, if anyone has any. Commissioner Hudis? I saw your hand going up.
How did you know? Thank you for your presentation and for tying it back to the previous hearing. That's helpful. I had some questions really on the building and the size of the building and how it relates to the part of the motion at the last Planning Commission to make a significant size reduction. My understanding is that from a square footage perspective, it's an 8 to 9% reduction. Is that correct?
10%.
10%, okay. And would that equate with a 10% reduction of employees as well, or has the design of the building changed such that it would be more or less densely populated as an office building?
I suppose there could be a reduction in the number of employees, but we did not take into consideration capping the employment for the project as a whole. And the size of the building doesn't necessarily drive the employment. It's really the tenants that are using the space that are going to have certain employment needs.
So what is the anticipated number of occupants of the building?
Four per thousand?
4 per thousand, and what number?
332 employees.
Okay. I had some other questions, but
Go
maybe, okay. Why don't you go ahead, and I'll come back.
Okay, Commissioner Hanson?
I was just wondering if I could ask the architect a question.
Oh, absolutely.
Thank you for the going through the changes, and it helped a lot to kind of look at the before and after. I know you talked to why it became one building instead of two, but my first reaction looking at it was, and Larry Cannon also referred to this in his both of his comments, that that one way to make it look smaller would be to have individual buildings with more open space in between. So could you help me understand a little bit more about the why it needs to be one building? Because it definitely seemed more bulky and messy to me on account of that, even given that you reduced the height.
Sure. Once again, our feeling about this amenity area in between the buildings was that it probably wasn't the best use of the site area. And the primary goal was to get the building pushed back away from the street further to preserve the natural views of the trees and hills beyond. And so, if I can just again, both buildings were pushed back further from the street. So it's the left-hand building was significantly, this entire mass of the building is no longer here. This is now part of the site area. So that front wall of that two-story building, which formerly was here, is now back to here. The right-hand building as well, you can see the former footprint is here, was also pushed back. Not as far, because that building was already pushed back fairly far. But the goal was to take the entire mass of the building and really push it back to the rearmost setback lines, with the exception of the north side. We added an additional 10 feet, as I mentioned, to the north side. But along the back of the building, there's less concern because we're backed up against basically a freeway on-ramp and a lot of mature landscaping. So the idea was to push the building back on the site and also reduce its height substantially by 5 or 6 feet in order to create a little bit better view corridor to the trees and hills beyond.
Did you consider any design that might have had two buildings instead of one, given that you're moving the buildings back towards the property line?
We did. And in order to do that, once again, we would have had to create open space between the building. And the only way to do that and still achieve the square footage goal of the developer would be to, again, decrease the setback dimension off of Alberto Way. Because we're backed up against the setback lines on the rear side of the site and the left side of the site. So the only way to replace that square footage would be to push the building further towards the street, which our understanding was very undesirable to the town and to the residents, the nearby neighbors.
So basically, the reason there is one building is to preserve as much square footage as possible per the developer.
Well, and also to create as much open space in front of the building. And we also heard a concern about the lack of surface parking before, and there was concern about people parking on the street, so we've created now much more surface parking. The surface parking has gone from 7 stalls to 42 stalls, so that did 2 things. It kind of alleviates the pressure with the street parking, and it also allows us to reduce the size of the garage below, which was another goal.
Okay, thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Commissioner Hudis?
I wanted to follow up on the north property setback. And so my question on that is, are the orange and blue story poles pretty much accurate? I'm not sure, could you?
You have to, pardon me, one of you will have to stand up to the mic and identify yourself and then answer the question.
Sure. Randy Lamb, 401 Alberta Way. The story poles that are there, the orange were the original design that Dan showed you from version 1. The blue that are there now are identical. They're measured by our civil engineers. They're placed, they're remeasured, so yeah, they're definitely accurate. Unless something's fallen, but they are definitely accurate.
Okay, because I looked at the northeast corner of that building, and it didn't look like 10 feet between the previous story poles, and then I measured it, and it was 6 feet. So are you sure that that building has been moved back 10 feet?
Well, there's 2 things. The architect's telling us yes, so it will be exactly where the 10-foot mark is. I'm not sure why your measurement showed 6. The civil engineers that were out there measured it prior to the story pole company actually reinstalling those poles, so it should be.
So my own observation is that something's not correct. Either the story poles are not in the correct place.
So you're saying
or-
that the blue should be another 4 feet in, so it's a better situation. Is that what you're saying?
No, I'm saying that the distance between the orange and the blue isn't 10 feet as I would have expected. It was only 6 feet.
Right, okay. Yeah, meaning
Okay,
if there's
so-
another 4 feet, but you're saying it should be 4 feet further.
I had some questions about the architectural.
Before we do that, let me first ask if any other commissioner would like to get a question in. Commissioner Janoff?
Yeah, I also have questions about the architecture. And to follow up on for the architect, please.
So if you would come forward, please.
In the last August meeting, there was a lot of discussion about meeting the community expectations with regard to neighborhood compatibility. And what I saw between the design presented at that meeting and the design presented for us tonight actually reduces some of the elements that made it a little bit more interesting on the western facade, and created an even stronger sense of bulk and blockiness. And so my question to you is, what features of the new design do you think satisfy the Planning Commission's requests on that point?
Once again, an attempt has been made in the architecture to reduce the appearance of mass of these front facades. These front facades here on the former design don't present a tremendous amount of visual interest in terms of breaking up the massing. So one of the things we did here was we introduced another mansard roof feature here down low, which also serves as the balcony railing. We increased the variation on the pop-outs here on the left-hand side. You can see this was fairly flat before to help break up that massing. The roof heights, again, we've tried to vary the roof heights. There was criticism before about the height of these entry elements. So while there's a little bit more variation here on the former design, there was also discussion before about those are very tall and seem a little bit out of place to the character of the neighborhood, as well as they tend to block the views of the trees and hills. So we eliminated those tall entry elements and went with something that, while still identifying the entry, is a little bit more in keeping with the goal to reduce the height of the building. And again, we've gone to a single entry because it is one building as opposed to the former design that had 2 entries. Again, over here on the right side, we've created a balcony that has a little bit more variation and interest through the use of differing materials, stone along the base, whereas before it was a little bit more generic. And again, the roof heights have been varied And we also decided, rather than have a mansard roof that ran the entire length of the building, to go ahead and create a different element here with a straight parapet to kind of break up the look and feel of the mass of the building, so you don't have a mansard roof running across the entire front of the building.
So just to follow up, you were responding to the request to vary the front facade by creating this articulated element. And you did that by simplifying the roof line and making it much flatter, much straighter, much boxier, blockier in appearance.
Well, again, the roof line is similar to what we had before, with the exception of we no longer have the towers, because the towers were viewed negatively during the first meeting. At least that's what we heard pretty clearly, that they were too tall. In addition, some additional elements, we've introduced some sunshades. You can see here along, and this is a two-dimensional drawing, so it doesn't show this very clearly, but if we go to the renderings, you can see that a little bit more clearly. Well, they're kind of, we're trying to show the landscaping here at a fairly mature level, but there are some sunshades that have been introduced to break up the mass of the front facade. And those are these elements here at the ground floor, and then there's a couple more up here at the second floor to help kind of break up the mass of the windows and add a little bit more visual interest.
Commissioner Birch?
I'm not completely sure who this will be directed to, but perhaps Mr. Lamb. During our last meeting, there were a couple things that had come up. First was, it was requested by the commission that you meet with the Bike Coalition and a few of the other agencies that direct both with the biking and pedestrian safety and the school safety. I'd like to know if those meetings took place.
What was the answer to that? Probably, that might be a Shane question.
Okay.
Commissioners, I'm Shane Arters. We did reach out to the Bike Coalition to speak with them. My understanding, and the staff can respond to this, is that it's more of a closed meeting and it's just an advisory meeting. So we made the recommendations. We told them about our project, what we were doing, and we wanted input from them. They were in no position to give us input at all from that group.
Yeah. Yes.
In my goal to stick to 10 minutes, the introductory comments, I didn't want to get buzzed off the stage, so I neglected to mention.
Pardon me, let me stop for a second, give you a little comfort here. Once the time is used, the 10 minutes, if we're asking questions, you're no longer bound by the 10
Okay,
minutes.
thank you.
But Mr. Kirby,
Yes,
does it
go ahead.
relate to the questions?
It does relate to the question, yeah. One of the things that we did do, the developers made a decision to pull the curb of the building back from the location of the curb right now. And the goal of that is to create a dedicated right-hand turn lane onto Highway 9, and also to add this bike lane. We've added the dedicated bike lane along the front of the building. So that curb line is being pulled back. That's basically vacated and deeded back to the city.
Okay.
Or the town, excuse me.
Okay.
So.
Can I ask one
Yes, go
similar
ahead.
question?
Follow-up question.
There was also in the comments from the neighbors, some comments about the public outreach, and it didn't seem like it had been that positive. So I'd like a follow-up between August to now on what kind of public outreach there has been, how many meetings you've had, the attendance, and how that conversation with your neighbors has gone.
Sure. We have now had 16 different neighborhood meetings with this particular neighborhood. If I asked everyone here to raise their hand in terms of how many people have actually met us, seen us, many of them more than once or twice, many of them 6, 8 times, I would tell you that this has been a very thorough and detailed outreach. We've been very open to suggestion. It hasn't always been very positive. It hasn't been, in truth, I think if I said to everybody, raise your hand if you don't want to see anything designed on this site, I think you'd probably have 90% of the people raise their hand. So I really think that's the issue in this particular case. After the last time we met with you, we had 4 different outreach sessions. We probably had probably anywhere from 20 to 40 people at each one. Some less than others. A couple of them that we had were pretty heavy rain days. And early evenings, but I thought the feedback was good. Again, I don't think anyone wants anything on this site. So I think us coming in at any square footage where we are is probably more than what anyone wants there. Okay.
Commissioner Udis?
I had some follow-up on the architecture questions that Commissioner Janoff asked. So this is about building architecture. On page 7 of the report from Mr. Cannon, dated March 17, 2017, Exhibit 34, could the architect maybe answer some questions about that? So I understand there was a back and forth with Mr. Cannon, a review.
Excuse me
and then
for one second, Commissioner Hughes. I think they're looking, do you want them to have the document in front of them?
Yes, it would be helpful, I think.
Well, the attorney is now looking for it, I believe.
It's Exhibit 34, letter March 17 from Mr. Cannon.
Do we have it?
And so this is the second letter, I believe, and after the first letter in February, changes were made to the design, and then Mr. Cannon reviewed the design that's in front of us now.
Thank you.
So you're talking about the March 17th?
The March 17 letter.
I've got that. Mhm.
Right. So that's the second letter, I believe, and I believe that a number of changes that Mr. Cannon suggested were incorporated, but at the bottom of page 7, he said, I would suggest that the Planning Commission consider the following changes made in the February review letter. So these apparently are changes that were not incorporated. And so I wanted to get your opinion on those. There are 5 bullet points there. From my own perspective, in terms of design, I'm not that enthusiastic about the 3rd bullet point, but the 1st, 2nd, 4th, and 5th bullet points there are suggestions that were made, and I'm interested, should this move forward, whether you would be interested or willing to consider some of those additional suggestions made by Mr. Cannon.
Sure. So one of the suggestions from the February 22nd letter rather was implemented, and that was to increase increase the height of the portion of the building closest to the intersection. So we did do that. His follow-up comment was he thought that it would vary the roof line a little bit more to increase it further. And again, we were very concerned about the overall height of the building and the sensitivity to the neighbors and blocking the views of the trees and the hills. So we felt that while not super significant, that was enough variation on the height. It's a couple of feet different from the adjacent roof line. The lowering of the height of the entry element, we've lowered it about as low as we think it can be and still be an identifiable entry. And one of the things I wanted to remind everybody, we've got to conceal our roof-mounted mechanical equipment, and if we go any lower, it's going to be really tough to do that without building a roof screen behind, which we don't want to necessarily have to do. And then, let's see.
What about the second bullet point and the last 2 bullet points?
Yeah, so the second bullet point, again, we did add a fair amount of articulation. We can certainly do more if the commission feels that it's warranted. You know, one of the things we try to do when we design buildings is not avoid making it look too gingerbready, if you will, by tacking on a lot of elements to the building. And there wants to be a cohesiveness to the design. It wants to flow and not have a lot of sort of tacked on elements. So we're trying to be sensitive to that as well. And then the last bullet point, withhold approval of the color center length, and that's fine. You know, we've attempted to vary the colors. I think you can see on the revised design the colors vary significantly more than the original design. So we did attempt to incorporate as much of that as we could in terms of incorporating Larry's comments. But color is an easy thing to modify and change if we think that's appropriate. So.
Okay, thank you. Should we get to that point, those are issues that would come back.
Certainly.
So, thank you.
Are there other questions? Commissioner Hanson?
I was hoping to ask the transportation consultant the question.
Good evening, Gary Black with Hexagon Transportation Consultants.
Thank you. And thank you for your all your responses. There was a lot. You had a very thorough response for the Planning Commission as well as a number of the resident comments. So I kind of just had a big picture question. My interpretation of all your comments was something along the lines of that none of the typical transportation impact analysis and EIR analysis procedures generated anything that would be a meaningful impact that couldn't be mitigated. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's a correct overview. I want to emphasize that the guidelines that we follow are the town guidelines. We follow the town guidelines for the procedure of the traffic study and also for the policies that apply to traffic impacts and so forth. We're not in a position to interject our own opinion of whether impacts are significant or not, but we strictly follow those guidelines, and that was the basis of our finding of impacts being less than significant.
So one particular thing that caught my attention was, and you did address this to in your comments, but I wanted to bring it up for the benefit of the public. And so there was a number of pictures that were submitted by residents that live on Alberta Way, and I've personally driven, sat in the traffic on that's queued up on Highway 9 to turn left or right onto Los Gatos Boulevard, and it does get backed up. And so they had some pictures of that in both directions, actually. And so what I thought that your comment said was something along the lines of there was a very specific time where you observed this, because you did do additional analysis, and that outside that window, you didn't observe that. So can you tell me if did I get that right?
You got that right. We made additional observations based on when we received the comments and the pictures from the neighbors. And I think we saw probably the same thing that they saw in their pictures and what you saw out there. We saw, based on our timing of it, we saw a backup in the morning. We didn't see a backup in the afternoon. And the backup in the morning, in our judgment, is because of the schools nearby. And that occurred from 7:50 a.m. to 8:20, so a half an hour period when the traffic was backed up. Outside of those periods, it was not backed up. And it's important to keep in mind the definition of significant impacts under the traffic guidelines that we follow, and that's an average over an hour. And so if it's backed up for a half an hour out of an hour, then that, to a certain extent, that gets entered into the average, and we look at the overall average for the entire hour. And so you can have a situation that has a poor level of services, the terminology that we use, for a certain time period, but the overall average in that location does meet the town standard.
And so that's kind of what I thought. Because if you had complete gridlock for 30 minutes and the other 30 minutes there was nothing, then it would be averaged out to be whatever it was.
Yeah, you're
for
correct.
that hour, and that's how you basically do that. Now, one final question. There was quite a few comments about the construction traffic, supposing this is approved. And because of the underground garage, there would be a lot of hauling of dirt and everything like that. Now, does the transportation impact analysis address the construction phase, or is it just more the ongoing operations phase?
Usually this traffic analysis did not address the construction phase. Usually we only address the construction phase if there's something unusual that could create some potential issues that wouldn't be reflected in the rest of the traffic study. But typically during construction, the amount of activity on the site is a small fraction of the activity that'll be on the site once the buildings are built and occupied. Now, there may be an exception for trucks that are hauling dirt, for example, but that's typically handled by the town policies about hours of construction, noise levels, identifying haul routes so that they don't go through residential neighborhoods, they go on and off the freeway, back and forth to the site. That sort of thing is handled like a condition of approval. And then also, I know one of the questions came up from the neighbors about damage to the road, and so that's another policy the town has. You need to repair the road back to its prior condition if there's any damage from the construction.
Okay, thank you very much.
Mm-hmm.
Are there other questions? If not, thank you, and I will now go to the cards I have, and I have, as you perhaps can see, a lot of cards. So I will start with Sherry Burke, and I would ask, because we have so many, if any of you in the back are, I'll read 2 or 3 names to start so you know where you are. If you're in the back, I would suggest to you come up a little at the front so you can get to the microphone more sooner, and then you won't have to stay here later. So the first person would be Sherry Burke, second person would be Bob Burke, and the third person would be, I'm not sure I've got this right, it says Kathy. So hopefully it at least tells us who that is. So first was Mrs. Burke.
Yes. Hi. My name is Sherry Burke, and I live at 420 Alberta Way, immediately across from the proposed development. I ask that you deny the present design due to the increased traffic it will bring into our neighborhood, as well as the impact on already heavy traffic areas surrounding us. I believe the increased traffic generated by the development is understated and impacts not only Alberta Way, but all of Los Gatos-Saratoga Road and all of the feeder roads around it. Highway 17, Los Gatos Boulevard, University, and Santa Cruz Avenues. Los Gatos has a traffic problem, and it's not limited to the weekends or to beach traffic. The underlying reason is there isn't enough traffic lanes provided on Highway 17 and Los Gatos Boulevard, Los Gatos-Saratoga Road, University Avenue, and Santa Cruz Avenue. When existing lanes get constricted, traffic backs up. Lane constrictions on Highway 17 cause traffic to back up for miles, with traffic flow getting noticeably faster after the 2 Los Gatos exits. Inside Los Gatos, backups occur on Los Gatos-Saratoga Road due to lane constriction and heavy traffic through town and from Highway 17 entrances and exits. Los Gatos Boulevard at Los Gatos-Saratoga Road is only 1 lane in each direction, which causes traffic to back up, especially when school is in session. I have traveled Los Gatos-Saratoga Road eastbound many different times of the day and had to wait through multiple light rotations just to get to the left turn lane for Alberta Way due to heavy traffic from town and from traffic entering and exiting Highway 17. The important point is that traffic is already heavy, and I can't get to the turn lane without sitting through light rotations. The developer says the increased traffic will be handled by the town with retiming of traffic lights and the extension of the left turn lane at Alberta Way by a few car lengths. If it's this simple, why haven't it already been implemented? Many of the intersections affected have failing grades in the traffic study. Do we really want to add more traffic to them? We need to fix the traffic problem before allowing development that brings in even more. The development increases traffic into my residential neighborhood. Their parking garage is to the north of our driveway, and traffic entering it will specifically block our left turns onto Alberta Way. Once we get a break from oncoming traffic, we have to wait for traffic exiting their garage into southbound Alberta Way lanes. This was pointed out in the traffic study referencing traffic exiting Best Western Inn. I'm pointing out that these same references apply to us as well. Alberta Way is a dead-end street. It's our only entrance. We have no other way in or out, no way around the traffic, and no recourse other than to wait for traffic to clear to enter or exit our neighborhood and our homes. We don't want the same effect as beach traffic to happen to us during the work week and on weekends too. For these reasons, I ask that you deny the present design. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We have one question, Commissioner Hudes.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, and it's very helpful to hear about the real situation there. With regard to traffic, are you aware that the developer has offered to widen Alberta Way? I had a little trouble figuring out how wide and how far back, but are you aware of that, and can you maybe enlighten me on that?
I know that there has been some discussion on, there's a turn in Alberta and perhaps widening it so that there's more line of sight, but you'd have to ask the developer on that. But my concern is that it's not going to get widened more than, we have a lane each way, we have a bike lane, we might have a turn lane. But where I'm at, all of their traffic coming in is going to prevent me from coming into the street, so I can't make my left turn. Once they clear and I can make my left turn, then I have the traffic coming out of their garage to contend with before I can even get anywhere. And that's the only way in and out. We can't go around it. We can't get in any other way.
Thank you. I will have some questions
Okay.
for the applicant about how much they're widening and changing
Okay.
that.
All right, thank you.
Commissioner Birch has a question, too.
Sorry.
Sure. Knowing the constraints of the site as far as how far back it goes on Alberta Way, what would you see as a viable solution to that problem?
To the problem of traffic?
Well, specifically your discussion on turning out and the location of where their drive going into the parking garage is.
Reducing the amount of cars that are traveling there would certainly help the most. I don't really want to see a lot of traffic lights there, but it may come to it that another traffic light needs to get put in so that we are able to get out. But with traffic backing up before we can even turn onto the road, and then everybody trying to come in and continue on past their development, waiting for them to actually get into their garage, just seems like it's going to add a lot in the very beginning of a small dead-end street to begin with. If there were another way out, that would certainly help. So I don't know how that's rectified.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
All right,
Thank you.
the next speaker will be Bob Burke, and after Bob Burke is Cathay. I'm not, as I say, it says Cathay. And so I'm adding the third, which would be Thomas Dunn. So Mr. Burke.
Okay, well, thank you very much. I still live at 420, and it's me again. Sherry's said some made some very good observations about the life we live. I'm going to talk about traffic today as well. And I'll start out by saying that in our written submission last week, we included the pages from the ITE traffic manual that were used in the traffic report computations of future traffic. And there were a couple of interesting points in that traffic manual. The first one is that the studies used by the ITE to put together the charts that are used for the traffic projection in terms of how many trips per per 1,000 square feet are generated by the building. The studies are all between the 1960s and the 2000s. And you take a look at that, you find out, you can figure out easily that the average study used by the ITE for traffic projection is 37 years old. The studies also provide ranges. They provide an average and ranges of from lowest to highest traffic generated by per 1,000 square feet from the buildings. Well, the AM rush hour in the in the chart for AM traffic produces 0.6 to 6 trips per 1,000 square feet. The average is 1.56. That's the figure used in this traffic report. The PM rush, 0.5 to 6.4 trips per 1,000 square feet. The average used for this is 1.5. And the total day is 3.5 trips to 29 trips per day. And the average used here was 11. The averages used are way below the medium, the mean for the traffic. Now, I do have pictures of traffic that I could show you, but in the interest of, now I'm almost out of time, I would just like to ask, do any of you need to see them? Okay. I think I might like to comment on a couple of other items. The applicant's current design has made efforts to address 10 of the 50 or so deficiencies that we identified in our April 5th submission.
You'll have to, thank you. I want to also mention to you that since we're all very familiar with your location, by not needing to see your photographs, I'm not suggesting your photographs wouldn't be good, but I don't think we need them.
No, I didn't
So-
think you would either, so
All
thank
right,
you for that.
Vice Chair Kane, I think, has a question.
Well, you did submit those photographs, didn't you? I mean, that looks
Many
familiar.
of them. I have a few that I didn't submit.
We had 2 submissions of photographs, and that's one of the sets that we had.
Yes.
Could you-
Actually, this one is not. This is a new one. It just shows the traffic, the congested eastbound traffic on 9 and the congested north and southbound traffic on Los Gatos Saratoga Boulevard. And it is absolutely clear from the observations that the problem with the traffic is that Los Gatos Boulevard is
Okay, thank you.
too just.
My question was, can you sum up what you were saying about the traffic study? You're saying
Oh, yes.
in 10 words or less,
Yeah.
that the data was faulty, or
The rules used to do the computations are woefully out of date, and who would possibly believe that traffic hasn't gone up a lot in the last 37 years?
all right, thank you.
Yes, another question.
Yeah, I have a follow-up
Commissioner
question to
Birch?
that, though. I want to go back, you were talking about the average ranges, because I was writing as fast as I could, but the first item, you said in the AM, it's 0.6 trips per 1,000 square foot per AM, but the study was using what?
0.6 minimum
Right.
to 5.98, effectively 6 trips per 1,000 square feet maximum, and this is from the studies that are 37 years old. The average is 1.56. Now, the average of 1.56 is what's used in the traffic studies.
Right.
And that's, and we made a good faith attempt to show the sensitivity of trips generated per hour in our submission, and we were the only ones to do that.
Thank you.
All right, I think there are no other questions. Thank you very much, Mr. Burke.
Okay, thank you.
I've indicated the next 2 speakers, but I'll add a third, and that's Harold Vitale, so he'll be the third speaker. This speaker, and she'll perhaps clarify the name for me, I've got Kathy Cathay, so would you correct me, please?
Yes, I will. It's Kathy.
Okay.
And hello, my name is Kathy, and I'm the property owner at 420 Alberta Way with Bob and Sherry. Tonight we'll be discussing 4 topics related to the proposed development. These topics include construction worker parking, delivery truck access once the project is completed, garbage truck access, and bus access. Excuse me. First, construction worker parking. Where will the typically 50 to 100 workers park when they come in to work for the day? We have limited street parking on Alberta Way, and certainly not enough parking available for many trucks or cars. What accommodations will be made for those workers in terms of parking? Second, I've been in the commercial furniture industry for several decades, and I've been involved with delivering and installing products such as desks, chairs, cubicles, benching, etc. One of the most important parts of this process is the delivery of the product. Where will we bring in the product? Is there a loading dock? Is there a freight elevator? Are there special before or after hours that we need to abide by to minimize the disruption to the existing tenants? Elevator access, is that limited to certain hours of the day? It certainly is on many of the projects I work on. When I look at the proposed project, I see no location for easy access for deliveries of products such as furniture, technology, or anything else that will need to be delivered to this building. So, the delivery trucks will need to enter through the main access point, which is 26 feet, and will probably park in the circular area, which I estimate to be about 52 feet radius, based on 8.6 width per car parking spot, which was on the plan. I've checked with 4 companies in the area, my company, 2 commercial moving and storage companies, and 1 union installation company. Most of these trucks used by these companies have 24-foot-long cargo holds and another 8 feet for the cab. Larger trucks that travel across the country can be as long and longer of 53 feet. Where will these trucks block others from parking on the street level? Will these trucks double park on the street, thereby blocking traffic and creating further limited visibility on this already too narrow, windy street. Third, garbage and recycling. The location for garbage is conveniently located not right at the entrance of the underground parking location. So depending upon the time of day that the garbage is picked up, this might block the entrance for tenants entering the building for several minutes. Where will these cars be waiting to get into the underground parking? Will they spill out on Alberta Way again, blocking traffic and limited visibility? Last, the plan, applicant says the plan enables tenants to use commuter buses for transport. Same problem, the buses are 40 to 45 feet, and they have the same limitations as the trucks originally mentioned. So we need to address these issues before this project goes forward. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Let's see if there are questions. Vice Chair Kane?
With respect to the buses and the fact that they're long, I'm not connecting that. I don't believe there's currently a bus stop there. It's up on LGB.
I don't think there's any bus stop on Highway 9, nor is there any bus stop on Alberta Way.
So how would that affect?
Because if buses are coming, if we're bringing people in to the property on buses, how will those buses get into?
So you're assuming that the employer may choose to bus in the employees?
It's certainly something that has come up, I think, in previous conversations, so.
Okay. Thank you.
That's a possibility in order to reduce the amount of traffic and the number of cars that come into the property.
Thank you.
All right, if there are no more questions, thank you very much.
Can I ask a question of Steve?
Oh, pardon me, yes, just a moment. I'm going to add another name in the list here, and that will be Loretta Fowler. And before we get to Thomas Dunn, Vice Chair Kane has a question to ask of the staff.
Mr. Paulson, in the extensive conditions of approval, should the project be approved, they have to comply with all of these many, many conditions. I'm just, not having memorized them, 94, 95, do those conditions address some of Ms. Kathy's comments about construction parking? There would need to be a plan for that.
Construction management plan, correct.
And the delivery trucks, is that in the conditions?
That I don't know, but I would defer to Ms. Armour.
Are the garbage trucks in the conditions?
Garbage trucks probably are not.
Go ahead, please.
Off the top of my head, I don't remember that there is a specific condition about those aspects, but that is something that could be added.
Right. Thank you.
Okay, Mr. Dunn?
Hi, my name's Thomas Dunn, and I live at 420 Alberta Way. I've lived in Los Gatos for 40 years, and I'm going to talk maybe a little bit about the human side and life side of how this is impacting us. What we enjoy here, and what I've enjoyed about Los Gatos, and especially Alberta Way, for all the several years I've been living there, is that small town feeling. And I also enjoy and appreciate that quiet neighborhood. And it's a friendly neighborhood. Everybody's friendly, and they're friendly residents on that street and in that neighborhood. And the last thing is we have this picturesque view of the Santa Cruz Mountains, redwoods, sunsets. All of that's what we kind of enjoy and what we appreciate living on Alberta Way. I feel fortunate. I can get up in the morning, wake up in the morning, see the sun sitting over on the mountain, shining off the mountain, kids walking to school, quiet, few people driving. The afternoons, a lot of us have home offices. And you talk about 2 years of construction with home office on the street's not going to go well. But having home offices, we're able to appreciate and enjoy, the sun out there and being able to have the quietness and not the traffic. Just talk to your neighbors as they're walking their dogs. Taking a break at lunchtime. And then in the evening, after you finally leave the 83,000 square foot commercial buildings in San Jose or in Cupertino, you want to come home and be able to sit back and relax on your porch, on your balcony, and see the sunrise, see the sunset. You want to take a look at the mountains. You want to be able to reflect on that, and that's part of lifestyle. You can't replace that with putting a building in there. So if this proposed development goes through, all of that's gone. That's lost. For all of us, we've lost that. And I've got some pictures I'll show and address that in a minute. You've got size and bulk of these buildings that I've got to show on 3 different slides to be able to make that on that. And it just doesn't fit into the neighborhood. my concerns about it, we're going to talk about a small town. Well, you're going to have overcrowded. If you're going to have 340 employees, and if they cut it up and be able to do bullpen type of setups in that office for high-tech individuals, you could have maybe 500 or 600 employees. That's not small town. They're going to come in right down our street and in our face. Next thing is going to happen is a quiet neighborhood. Kathy's addressed it, Bob has, and Sherry, you've got 300, 400 cars coming down in there, and then at lunchtime, they want to leave and try to get into town, and at night come home. So I'll just stop there. Let me show you some of these pictures, and you may have questions on what's happening now. The blue is the current, and you can see that it's taken out all of the trees behind it, all of the mountains behind it. We've lost all the sight. This is continuation of this mass 83,000 square foot bulk building. And that's taken in blue. If you can see that, it's taken right to the top of the mountain. Everything we've wanted is gone. The last one is really the bad one is this is unobstructed view. This is 100% unobstructed
Pardon
view.
me, you have to stop now. I'll allow people a few seconds, but I can't do more.
And
Thank you very much.
That's 100%
We may have some questions?
Sure, go ahead.
Vice Chair Kane.
It's been said that some folks don't want anything there. Are you one of those folks that wants nothing there?
You know, if you put one story and kept it to the same footprint, I think it would be ideal. So if you're looking
So
at
you know it's commercial and you know something's going in.
Absolutely. But
All right.
let's put it down to really cut the footprint and what you'd recommended between 40 to 60,000 square feet. Maybe do one story. You know, make it fit in there.
Thank you, Mr. Dunn.
Commissioner Hudis.
I understand the concern about the views, and I spent a fair amount of time over there looking at the hills and judging from various perspectives. In your opinion, does the redesign address the views to any appreciable degree?
Yeah, what it did, because in the orange netting, you can see that it took out not only all of the mountains, but it took out half of the view way above the mountains. Now what it's done, it's removed the orange netting down to the blue, which now it just takes out all of the mountains. So all you see is the sky above that.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Dunn. The next card I have is Harold Vitale, but I'm going to add Sergey Melnick as the third speaker. So, Mr. Vitale.
Good evening, everyone. I am Harold Vitale, a longtime Los Gatos resident from 1973 through 2007. Since 2014, I have resided at the Commons. I am a graduate of Stanford University with a master's degree in electrical engineering and a career in the semiconductor industry. I'm now retired. My topic this evening is pedestrian safety concerns in the 401 building proposal. Can you hear me? One of my therapies to restore full function after surgery is walking. I walk regularly. Currently, I walk along Alberta Way from the Commons and then west along the north side of Los Gatos, Saratoga Avenue to University Avenue. But walking on Los Gatos, Saratoga and crossing the 4 ramps to from 17 pose a problem for any slow walker. The Los Gatos Saratoga right-hand lanes borders the curb and sidewalk. Pedestrians are at risk as cars speed by them only a few feet from where they are walking and are at risk of being hit by a car or truck that bumps or jumps the curb. Increased auto traffic will worsen this hazard. It only takes one accident. Pedestrians crossing driveways to and from 401. I'm very concerned about things getting worse if a large building is constructed at the corner of Alberta Way, adding 330 cars, maybe more. On the west side of Alberta Way, the 2 driveways that cross the sidewalk in and out of the proposed new building complex will be much busier. I worry about getting hit or having to stand and wait during rush hours. So why not walk on the other side of the street and avoid the driveways? It is now sometimes very hard to cross from the Commons to the east side of Alberta Way due to the recent introduction of 100 cars from the 475 to 485 offices. Their tenancy has tripled in the last 2 months, so there are far many more cars going up and down Alberta Way. We at the Commons think that the proposed addition of flashing beacons at the crosswalks on the ramps to and from 17 would be helpful. It would also help now even to have a walkway across Alberta Way so that we can cross from the Commons side over to the side and avoid those driveways, those two driveways. My recommendation is that we strongly urge you to not approve such a huge building. It would, as explained, make walking in this community a much less pleasant activity and be unsafe, especially for those of us who suffer from conditions of old age.
Thank you very much. Commissioner Hudes has a question.
Yeah, thank you very much. I spent some time walking up and down the sidewalk over there, and I personally experienced, I would consider, a very dangerous situation where the majority of cars entering 17 north didn't pay any attention to me trying to cross that crosswalk, the majority. And part of the issue is that they were speeding up to get onto the freeway, and they also couldn't see me and I couldn't see them. So my question is, if that crosswalk were perhaps further east, where it wasn't around the bend as much, and there was better visibility, in addition to the flashing lights, would that, in your opinion, having walked that all the time, would that help with the safety of making that crossing if there were, if it were, that crosswalk were further east and there would be better visibility?
Somewhat. However, there's four places where you have to have a walk across the ramp entry, and I find it difficult to, I have to be really cautious because you can't see around some of the curves on the ramps, the clover leaves, and it's hard. I can't use that walkway anymore. I have to walk a little slower now, and if it takes longer to get across, you're at risk of a car that you couldn't see being right on you, and they go above the speed limit there.
Okay, thank you. We're really dealing with only one of those four in this application.
Okay.
But I will have some questions for staff and the traffic engineers about improving that, at least that first crosswalk. So thank you for your testimony.
Thank you. Can I say one more thing?
Well, excuse me. So
Okay.
I'm going to have to be fairly tight about this. You can answer questions when you're past your time, but you can't go on. And the reason I say that is I've got another at least 30 cards here, and that's
Okay.
the rule.
I
So
understand.
I hate to be that way, but that is the rule. Okay, so thank you, Mr. Vital. The next card I will call is Loretta Fowler, and I will add to this list Paulette Sato, I guess it's Sato, S-A-T-O. So Loretta Fowler.
I am a retired university professor who decided to move to a small town near my family after years of big city living. I bought a condo at Los Gatos Commons, a vibrant senior community in a quiet neighborhood. I was shocked by the story poles. The proposed project is too big for Alberta Way and even the wider neighborhood. The other general office buildings on Los Gatos Saratoga Road are much smaller. The largest, 11,000, and a proposed project about 20,000 square feet. On University, between Lark and Los Gatos Saratoga Road, with a 35-mile-per-hour speed limit, the two-story office buildings are 20,000 square feet or less. One exception is 60,000. On Alberta Way, the proposed building would stretch from one end of the site to the other. It is on high ground, so it looms over neighboring condos and dwarfs the condo developments and the two small businesses across the street. The developer has claimed that he reduced the size of the building by reducing its cubic feet, but the square footage would still be 83,000. It would still be 2 stories, and one building is more imposing than two. He also proposes to add architectural features common on other buildings in the town, much smaller ones, by the way. But adding pop-outs, trellises, and warm tones does nothing to reduce the size of the building or the impression of size. As the saying goes, you can put lipstick on a pig, but it is still a pig. So, we agree with Canon Design's letter in February and March 2017 that the revised building, quote, still reads as one large building without a breakdown in scale related to the neighborhood or Los Gatos small town scale, end quote. We enthusiastically embrace Larry Cannon's suggestion that multiple structures with small-scale modules and details would blend better with the neighborhood. A combined square footage of 45,000, we think, would accomplish that very well. At least 2 commissioners favored a size of 45,000 last August. Above-ground parking could accommodate that scale of development. A large majority of residents from all 4 developments on Alberta Way signed a petition objecting to this large 83,000 square foot building. After a careful reading of the general plan, we are encouraged to believe that a new building must respect the character of a neighborhood and blend into it. Class A office space comes in different sizes, and we hope the developer's desire for a particular level of profit will not take precedence over the quality of life of our residents or the identity of the existing neighborhood. Please reject this particular project. Another developer of this site may be more sensitive to the neighborhood. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Just one second. Let's see if there are any questions. All right, there are no questions. Thank you, Ms. Fowler. Next one I will be calling is Sergey Melnick, and I'll be adding to the list Julie Thorm.
Good evening. I'm Sergey Melnik, and I live in 420 Alberta Way, Unit 43. I oppose the current proposed Alberta Way development. The development will increase the jobs.
Mr. Melnick, could you speak up a little bit, please?
The development will increase the jobs to housing ratio, violating the ratio goal of 1.5 set in the 2020 General Plan housing element. The Los Gatos 2015-2023 housing element says on page 63 that in 2010, Los Gatos had approximately 2.15 jobs per household, while a healthy job to housing ratio is typically between 1 and 1.5 jobs per household. Goal HOU-9 also sets the ratio to be maintained at 1.5. To enforce that policy, HOU-9.1 requires evaluate applications that have significant number of jobs in regard to the potential impact on the town's job to housing ratio. According to ABAG, there is an expected increase in jobs in between 2015 and 2025 by 980 jobs, or 8%. The proposed site alone adds about 300 to 600 jobs. It alone would add between 10 to 30% of the 10-year growth in one development. The impact would be significant. Furthermore, it will highly impact local schools' financing, as the new employment in the service area leads to increased quota for the new housing to be built in Los Gatos. California Housing Element Law Title 7 Planning and Land Use 65000-66499.58 requires Los Gatos to add housing in sufficient quantity to allow the holders of new jobs added into the town to live in town. Our school systems are at or near capacity, and state law limits the fees they can collect for the new students to a tiny fraction of 55 cents per square foot of what it costs to build classrooms for students that will be added after it's occupied as a result. As an example of cost per student, recent renovation of Lexington Elementary cost over $20 million and covered only 284 students, making it $70,000 per student. The average family of 1.7 student per household, so the school impact fees don't even fund one new students and bring hundreds to the town. With the cost similar to Lexington, 240 students would require over 16 million investments. 43,000 square feet development will bring about 45,000 in fees collected, the fraction of the needed 16 million. And we well know that our schools are already underfunded. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Are there questions of the speaker? If not, thank you very much, Mr. Melnick. The next person will be Paulette Sato, and I'll be adding Melanie Kemp. And I will also advise you that at 8:45, we'll take a 10-minute break, so you can look forward to that. All right, Ms. Sato?
Well, hi, my name is Paulette Sato, and I'm a middle school teacher in Los Altos, and I live in 420 Alberto Way. The Valley Transit Authority, I understand, has approved the funding to improve the traffic congestion relief, emergency vehicle access, and pedestrian cycling safety. However, I think this needs to be completed before any construction takes place at 405 Alberto Way. I think one proposed plan would be to widen Highway 9 Los Gatos Saratoga Road in both directions on both sides for there to be enough roadway to accommodate the amount of traffic that would be coming in and going out of this commercial building complex. Then there should also be additional lanes to serve as an off-ramp to Route 17 going in both directions. As noted, this proposed plan or anything like it needs to be done before any construction occurs at 401 Alberto Way because it could encroach on his property. In addition, Alberto Way is not sufficiently widened, which I guess it will be to some extent, to accommodate on-street parking. And I'm under the assumption that Mr. Lamb did not include in his plan the maintenance of the existing parking spaces for people living in Pueblo de los Gatos. Therefore, the curve in front of his property should be straightened enough to elevate the flow and the safety of traffic, as well as to enable emergency vehicles in and out of Alberto Way, and to allow for at least some parking spaces that he's taking away from the residents of Pueblo de los Gatos. Furthermore, we would like to ensure that new development preserves and promotes existing commercial centers consistent with the maintenance of a small town atmosphere and image. It's going to be concrete, and it doesn't honor the current design of the town. It should be designed in keeping with the small town character and charm of Los Gatos. That's why we all live there. And lastly, we would like to protect existing residential areas from non-residential uses by assuring that buffers are developed and or maintained. Thank you.
Thank you. Other questions? If not, thank you very much. Next speaker will be Julie Thorm, and I'm going to add to the list Louis Darrow. So, Ms. Thorm.
Hi. My name's Julie Thorne. I'm an owner at 420 Alberto Way, Los Gatos. I'm here to talk about the 2020 general plan. Policy LU 4.2 says that to allow development only with adequate physical infrastructure and all the business. Los Gatos presently lacks the road infrastructure to support both existing and added traffic on Highway 9. The Highway 9 congestion stems in part by the two small lane road on Los Gatos Boulevard from Van Meter to Tan Hall. Roads would need to be widened before increased development. This project generates far more public cost in infrastructure than its benefit to the community. A crown jewel for the developer and a crown of thorns for our entire community. I was watching a story on KQAD the other day, and it reminded me of Los Gatos. It was a time post-World War II when developers were busy with plans to completely fill in the San Francisco Bay for building. It was going on. Can you imagine not having a city by the bay? Thank God some men and women in the community spearheaded a movement to save the bay. It's just that our small town of Los Gatos is not big enough and doesn't have the transportation infrastructure to support a building this size with all its cars. Even if 300 workers walked and rode their bikes to Alberto Way, there's no safe way for pedestrians and bicyclists to cross over the 17 at Highway 9. We need a separate foot bike bridge, not unlike the one behind the high school that connects to the back of Old Town. You know the one I'm talking about? I'm not saying development is bad. It's a good thing when used right and in the right order. Infrastructure first. Let's not put the cart before the horse, as they say. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Not. Thank you very much. The next speaker I have is Melanie Kemp, and I will be adding Maura Burns.
Good evening. My name is Melanie Kemp. I live at 174 Cuesta de los Gatos Way in Bella Vista Village at the very end of Alberto Way. I've been a resident in this development for 18 years. I'm one of the original owners there. And I've served on the board of directors there for many years, and I've been involved in more than 20 real estate transactions there, representing buyers, sellers, or sometimes even tenants. As such, I've had a lot of conversations with a lot of my neighbors, prospective buyers, who are concerned with both the size and the design of this proposed development. I do want to reassure the developer here that if he's ever inferred that everybody here is totally opposed to any development whatsoever, it just isn't true at all. I've talked with a lot of these people, and we very much look forward to a development that is smart and will add value to both our neighborhood and our community. We want to work with the Planning Commission here to make sure that they are aware, however, of an issue that we've been dealing with in Bella Vista Village for the past 18 years, and that is the issue of water runoff with the very high water table that we sit on. Shortly after construction was completed, some of the residents in our development started complaining about excessive water condition under their homes on the lower end of our development here. Under some of these homes, there was actually a stream of water that was evident, a stream. After months of litigation and several engineering reports, we learned that the problem was twofold. One problem was that there was an excessive amount of water runoff from the hill above us. Up here. I know the Planning Commission is very familiar with this area because of previous hearings on Bella Vista Avenue, which is the street up here. For several years, and after numerous hearings, the Planning Commission has examined the effect this hillside has had on Bella Vista Village. On the upper elevations of our development, you're going to find sloping streets and retaining walls. The Bella Vista developers soon realized they had underestimated the amount of water runoff that flows from Bella Vista Village hillside down through our development, directly down onto Cuesta de los Gatos Way, and eventually ends up on Alberto Way. The first problem was exacerbated by the second problem, which was we sit on an unusually high water table. Let's take a look at the map from Santa Clara County Water District in 1962. It's in your packet. You're going to notice here in this area, whoops. There we go. The area in red here is 1 to 10 feet below the surface level. I'm going to show you another map now. Here. This one shows, well, I've got a little time here, shows this development, and this map shows what has happened here in the past 3 years in the water level rising in this area. Dr. Geisler's hydrology report.
I'm going to have to stop you. I'm sorry, but the time is up. But let's see if there are any questions.
Okay.
Vice Chair Kane.
Mr. Kane.
Melanie Kemp. Ms. Kemp, what's your point?
The point is that there's an excessive amount of water that rolls off of the Alberto Way development, Bella Vista Village development, rolling down Alberto Way. It's at a low point there. It also rises if you go up Alberto Way up to the highway. So we have a flooding condition on Alberto Way whenever we have rainfall now.
How would this building affect that?
When you have displaced water, when you have underground parking from 2 levels of underground parking, that water gets displaced. It has to go somewhere. It's going to roll downhill to Alberto Way. So Dr. Geisler's report that you've already received has said it's going to be extra burden on the drainage system on Alberto Way. That water has to go somewhere.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We'll have one more speaker before we take our break, and that will be Louis Darrow, and I'm going to add to our list here Jennifer Libthal. So, Louis Darrow?
My name's Louis Darrow, and My background is a project manager. I'm working currently on a project that's very similar. It's 100,000 square foot for a big corporate institution. I'm very much in favor of good development. It has underground parking. This project is not consistent with blending into the existing neighborhood. It's the wrong site. Development is good, but this is the wrong site. It's out of scale with all the surrounding buildings. Its revised mass of 83,000 square feet paid no attention to the Planning Commission's last meeting, where the commissioners requested the developer to reduce the square footage by a third, and even that might not be enough, but that was a starting point. The developer, Mr. Lamb, indicated at a meeting at Los Gatos Commons that anything under 83,000 square feet would not be profitable to them. What's profitable to a developer? Well, he's not the only one there. This potential building could decrease the property values of the people living there. There's some 400 people living there, and this has a direct impact on that. The proposed building mass replaces a complex which was in scale with the surrounding community. It contributed to the community fabric. It had housing services for professionals and small businesses, which often contributed to the community. It's being replaced by a massive building which will be off limits to the people who live on Alberta Way. It will add close to 400 cars plus per day to a one-street entry which empties into Los Gatos Road, which is already a congested intersection at both morning and afternoon peak hours. If the mass and scale of the building is not enough, the fact that the developer ignored the request to reduce the building size by a third is an alarming signal that he is not listening to the comments of the town or the people who live there. The additional traffic created by this project will have very significant ramifications. It's a single entry street with over 400 occupants, with 2 additional office buildings at the other end of the street. The developer claims to have a great success with the Netflix building, and I really agree, he did have great success, but this is the wrong site. This project, it is a small site surrounded by residential units. It's on a corner of a congested intersection. You're adding 400 cars. It will add multiple trucks for daily service deliveries and maintenance. It'll add buses. It'll create additional air pollution from idling cars and trucks entering. It will add to the summer traffic mess in Los Gatos. When the city closes Santa Cruz Avenue, where do you think all the cars are going to go? To the next exit down. And what do you think is going to happen at that intersection then all summer? It only takes a little common sense to know if you block the mouth of a river, you get a mess behind it, and you forever change the landscape in front of it. The proposed traffic movement at the intersection does not work. You have 2 narrow lanes from Alberto to Saratoga, which will continually blocked or tied up by the cars trying to make the right-hand turn. I've experienced being now.
Your time is up. Are there any questions to the speaker? Thank you very much.
Could I add one thing to
How
your
about 10
comment?
seconds? Go right ahead.
You made a comment about widening Alberta Way.
I didn't.
Or somebody did, one of the commissioners. Please think seriously about that, because cars speed so fast between the office building in back and the office building in front. And the older gentleman who had a question about walking across the street slowly, it's going to be a very dangerous situation as cars speed up to try to get out of there.
Okay, and now there's a question for you from Commissioner Hudas.
Hi, thank you. I was one of the folks who was talking about widening Alberta Way. It's not quite clear to me how much it's actually been widened in the current proposal, and I'll have some questions for the developer. My question for you is, if a development went into this location, and I'm not saying it's going to be, this size or another size, would you see a benefit in widening Alberta Way for some of the reasons that were discussed earlier?
I think it would have to be very carefully done, because when you widen a street, you're going to give the propensity to increase speed. And with bookends of corporate offices where people are rushing to go in and out, it's a very dangerous situation for the people who live in the neighborhood.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
All right, thank you very much. Now, the next, after we come back from our recess, Maura Burns, and then we're going to have Jennifer Limenthal, and then we're going to have Marilyn Basham. Thank you very much. We'll take a 10-minute break. Okay, everybody, we're going to start. So if everybody would resume their seats. And all right, the next speaker is Maura Burns.
Hold on 1 second. Hold on 1 second. We're not sure the mic's on.
You won't lose any time. Let's get the mic working right. Somebody mustn't turn it off. You're getting help there.
Thank you.
All right, let's start over again.
I will.
I'm sorry.
It's all right. My name is Maura Burns, and I've been a resident of 443 Alberta Way in the Commons for 11 years and as an owner for the last 7. I moved there to care for my late mother, who chose to live there because it provides safety, community, and support to otherwise potentially vulnerable senior citizens. I'd note that there are a few such options in this area like this, a fact that is not likely to change for the better in the future given our current real estate situation. The proposed 2-story underground garage of this project first struck our group as a potential problem because of the nature of the soil and the high water table at the site. It was noticed that the ENGEO study upon which the EIR's geology and soil section drew did not address the issue of how neighboring properties would be affected. This was surprising because the general plan safety element calls for this assessment. We had to hire our own expert, a civil engineer and hydrologist. As you saw in Dr. Geisler's report, we face serious risks to our property if this underground garage is built in the form of breaking pipes and cracking slabs. The ENGEO supplement responded to the Geisler report about potential damage to our properties by arguing that there is a low risk of damage, that damage is unlikely. But ENGEO cannot say that there is no risk to us or that such damage is impossible. We should not have to bear any risk due to this project. The financial loss and social disruption at the Commons and its neighboring homes due to such damage would be great. We urge you not to approve this project. Since I have time and speak too fast, I will add that I too disagree with Mr. Lamb's assertion that the residents of Alberta Way want no development on this site. We do want a more reasonably sized development that fits into the site. This current plan, however, does not. I'm not surprised that he would characterize our objections as unreasonable, however, as he is determined to get this project done at its current size, regardless of our reasonable issues with it, as it is currently proposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Let's see, are there any questions? If not, thank you very much. All right, I'm going to call Jennifer, I think it's Limenthal, and I'm going to add to the list here Dr. Peter Geisler, so he will be third. So am I pronouncing it correctly?
It's Jennifer Liebtal.
Liebtal, thank you.
Hello. So my name's Jennifer Liebtal. I'm an owner at 120 Alberta Way. I wanted to first thank the Planning Commission for listening to the residents' concerns today. I know your job is not an easy one, and I thank you for serving this amazing town. When I moved to Los Gatos, I was drawn to the unique character and overall ambiance of this charming town. The commercial buildings in and around downtown Los Gatos have really struck me as commercial structures, as so many blend with the overall scale and quiet architecture of the town. My biggest ask is that you consider something directly out of the town design guidelines. Quote, the sensitive interface of commercial development with adjacent residential neighborhoods, and, quote, avoidance of architectural trendy buildings in favor of timeless qualities. I feel that this new proposed building does not follow the intent of the town design guidelines and general plan regarding aesthetics in the following ways. Number 1, maintain a building scale that is consistent with the town's small scale image, existing small town feel, and general plan policy CD 1.4, which states development on all elevations shall be of high quality design and construction, a positive addition to and compatible with the town's ambiance. Development shall enhance the character and unique identity of existing commercial and residential neighborhoods. This new complex is in no way compatible with the ambiance in the neighborhood. The buildings in the neighborhood are all small with meandering grass areas throughout the complexes that not only break up the buildings but provide a lovely openness to the complexes. The old buildings are small in density and height. This new building will be one much larger structure in height and size. Separating this into a few smaller buildings will be more consistent and fitting for a residential neighborhood. Number 2, reinforce the special quality of the town's visual character and maintain a sense of place and views of the surrounding hills preserved. In the general plan policy 1.1, which states building and elements shall be in proportion with those traditionally in the neighborhood, and CD 1.1, which states new structures, remodels, landscapes, and hardscapes shall be designed to harmonize and blend with the scale and rhythm of the neighborhood and natural features in the area. The hills of Los Gatos are iconic. As I drive around town, I've always loved the views of the hills you get at every turn. The overwhelming commercial feel of this building will distract from the views as Los Gatos residents drive down Highway 9 into town. The structure will also distract from the beautiful views of residents of Bella Vista and those who often stand on Bella Vista Bridge to enjoy the open view towards downtown, in my opinion, one of the most beautiful views in town. It will also distract from my view in my unit. This will directly impact the value of my property and other residents. Right now I have a beautiful view, and if anybody wants to come to my balcony, you're welcome to. It takes away the entire view from my unit. I know that you have been responsive to residents' issues in the past, and I hope that you will support this request. With your leadership and support, I know a balance can be struck that will preserve the character of the residential neighborhood and enhance its livability. Thank you.
Thank you. Any questions? Thank you very much. All right, the next speaker will be Marilyn Basham, and I'm adding a name to our list, Carol Rosenberg. So, Ms. Basham.
Thank you. My name is Marilyn Basham. I've been a resident in Los Gatos since 1982, and I'm now a resident at Los Gatos Commons, which is 95% senior. I'm a part owner of a small business here in town since 1982. I'm a retired physical therapist of over 30 years of experience and had firsthand knowledge and observation of the people and the seniors of Alberta Way. The EIR talks about the soil, the air, the water, but what's been missing is the people. And I want to give you that perspective. The Los Gatos Commons community is 95% senior, and it's situated on a dead-end street. If the commercial development is approved, the only way out for us is through a construction zone, full of noise, unexpected traffic hazards, and congestion. Seniors are cautious drivers, and the idea of competing with over 200 diesel truck trips a day is overwhelming. Many residents are already fearful that they'll become physically and socially isolated during the 16 to 18 months construction period, and in the long term, fear the isolation from continued traffic gridlock. Some of the residents enjoy walking outside, even if they have to bring along their oxygen concentrators, but they fear this pleasure will be prohibited with the particulate air pollution problems and noise from construction. Many of the residents on Alberta Way are on fixed incomes and cannot financially afford the repairs of cracked concrete and broken pipes. Even if the risk is low, the question is, why should we seniors have any risk at all? Tonight, I'm the voice for my neighbors with mobility issues who could not be here in person, but are opposed to this development because its size and scale. I speak for all my neighbors when I declare the Commons is our home. The developers have other options. They can move on. We cannot. This is our home. We are asking the Planning Commission to insist that the development reduce the size to 1/2 and keep 120 above-ground parking places. The proposed garage is dramatically different than any other in Los Gatos. It is 2 levels and never been done in Los Gatos. And it would be dug on a dead-end street where the majority of the residents are seniors. Please do not excavate on Alberta Way. It is the old stream bed of Los Gatos Creek. Once water is hit, construction will stop. We seniors will be trapped even longer on our dead-end street. We're asking the planning commissioners to allow seniors who have contributed their time, talent, and tax dollars to retire without isolation and fear in the town they helped to build. Thank you.
Pardon me, Vice Chair Kane has a question.
Thank you.
You said 95% are seniors. In your estimation, how many seniors are you talking about?
There's 110 units.
I got it.
We have 110 units, 35% of them are seniors. Some are single, some are couples.
And that's just at the Commons?
That's just at the Commons.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Any other questions? If not, thank you very much. The next speaker is Dr. Peter Geisler, and I'm going to add John Middlestat to our letter. Dr. Geisler has, I believe, acted both as a professional in submitting something to us, but as I understand it, you live in the neighborhood. Is that correct?
No, that's not correct.
Oh, okay.
No, I live in San Francisco.
Oh, okay.
And although this is broadly San Francisco, I don't have any special knowledge of the area here with regard to the sociology.
So you're speaking on your own behalf or others?
No, I'm here on behalf of many residents who have retained me to make comments regarding the NGO report.
Fine, I didn't mean to interrupt you. Thank you very much. Go ahead.
Okay, thank you. So my name is Dr. Peter Geisler. I'm the principal of Geisler Engineering. I founded the firm in 1978. I spent 20 years on the faculty at the University of California. I went to Stanford. I have a PhD from Yale. I have another PhD from University of California. And I'm acknowledged to be an expert on the issue of hydrology and liquefaction and soil subsidence and differential foundations of buildings. So my primary concern here is really twofold. The first is the methodology that has been used so far with the EIR. And in particular, I would like to ask the Planning Commission to rethink having their experts, never having visited the site, respond to the EIR. I think it's inappropriate that your experts have never come to the site, and it was indicated in a recent correspondence. And I would like you to correct that. The second thing is that I would suggest that NGO be encouraged to go back and do fundamental science. They are relying on third-party reports for the fact that there is no liquefaction potential here in these soils underlying this building. I don't hold that opinion. I hold the reverse opinion. I think the alluvial fan, the alluvial deposits that underlie the Los Gatos Creek here, in fact, are quite susceptible to liquefaction. I've done calculations of differential foundation settlement. NGO has also done calculations of differential settlement. They predict that the building will settle differentially one side from another by on the order of about a ½ inch, and I think their estimates are low. I do not agree with that. Now, let's talk about the issue of why liquefaction and settlement and cracking of the building is very important. And that is because this is a 2-story underground garage. I've heard that there's 330 cars that are going to be parked there, and we're talking about 330 people who drive their cars there. If the building cracks in the event of an earthquake, and it indeed is a submerged structure, potentially you're looking at 330 deaths due to drowning. Water can come into the building readily. Thank you.
No, yeah, that gives you another 30 seconds.
Oh, I see.
And then we'll have questions, I'm
Okay.
sure.
So fundamentally, the issue that's technically important is what are the soils that are like underneath this particular building? I hold the opinion that it's an alluvial deposit. In other words, the sands and the clays and the silts were deposited there underwater historically because of the location of the creek. NGO differs. I hold the opinion that there's going to be liquefaction and settlement. NGO differs. I hold the opinion that the building is going to crack and water is going to come flooding in.
Okay, now we'll get to questions. Vice Chair Kane.
Everyone's hand go up? Oh, okay. I've read your letters, Doctor, and the rebuttals, and you, both sides are going back and forth and makes my head spin because I don't understand a lot of it. But if what you're saying is true in your letters, my layman's reaction is, how can we build anything anywhere?
The answer to that question is the building above grade is not at risk. If you just eliminate the subterranean, submerged
So your issue is
parking,
with the garage?
only the garage.
Okay, thank you.
Other questions? Commissioner Hanson.
Yes, I wanted to thank you too for your comments, and like Commissioner Kane, I was kind of watching the flow of information going back and forth. So if I understand, your opinion is that the applicants, engineering consultants didn't actually visit the site, so that they might not have been as thorough as you are. So that might be explain the difference in your views. What I wondered was as I was kind of hearing this, I noted that the 2-level garage was taking it down pretty deep. Is there a 1-level garage underneath that could be feasible, or is it nothing? I think it was the water table was at 12 feet underneath.
Yeah, it's a very good question. The water table varies, of course, during the year, and it varies from year to year. At the sort of normal rain conditions, the range is probably from 10 feet below grade to 12 feet below grade. And of course, in drought conditions, it could be as deep as 18 or 20 feet below grade. Let's say it's 10 or 12. Can you build an underground garage and keep it so that the top of slab is above water? The answer is yes. Of course, it can be done.
Okay. And have you seen in your experience any garages built under the water table that haven't had issues?
Yes, I have, and I've built them myself, in fact. The issue really is building the building strong enough and rigid enough to arch over areas where there's soil subsidence. In other words, can you build a building so solid and so strong that even if there's some local movement of the soils below the building will stay intact? But it requires a slab thickness that's about 4 feet thick and walls that are about 2 feet thick, and good waterproofing, but yes, it is possible.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Birch?
I just wanted to go through how you determined a couple of the opinions that you stated in your letter. One being the building settling. Good for this, not good for that. We've been told by the applicant that the building would settle differently on each side by about 1/2 inch, and it's on your opinion that's going to be different. I'd like to, well, I know a lot of it's in here just for the sake of everyone, what your opinion is on how you think the building will settle and why you think it's going to be differently than what was stated in the applicant's package.
I must say that all calculations have built-in assumptions and have certain amount of judgment associated with them. My approach to the calculations and my judgment leads me to the conclusion that the differential foundation settlement is in excess, but I haven't specified the exact amount.
Okay.
But if I were pressed on the point here, I would say my estimates are about 3 times higher than applicants.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Commissioner Hudes, I think, was next, and then.
Thank you. A number of areas. One, with regard to, in your letter, you talk about upstream dam failure, is that correct?
Yes.
And you say that that is the most significant hazard is posed by the possibility of an upstream dam failure. Is that correct?
The reason I say that is because the upstream dam failure is a sort of an instant death situation. It's not a matter of a little bit of cracking, a matter of a little bit of soil subsidence, but if there's an inundation into a submerged underground garage, the chances of getting out are slim to none. So it's a catastrophic result for the occupants in the garage.
So your concern about the dam is related only to the underground garage, is that correct?
Yes, that's right.
And so other underground garages within that area in Los Gatos would be subject to a similar risk, correct?
Yes, and I would express the same concern.
Okay. Are you aware of others?
No, I'm not.
Okay. Well, I believe there are several. One of the things in terms of understanding some of the language about possibility of a failure or risk, in my mind, is to understand, to begin to put these into at least rough quantification. And I think about trying to quantify the magnitude of the impact and the likelihood of the impact. Because I think they're related to each other. For instance, an extremely impactful event, potentially in magnitude, may have a very tiny probability of occurring.
Exactly.
You would agree with that?
Absolutely.
And so when you use the term possibility of the dam failure, or are you considering it in that light? That are you weighing both the probability of the occurrence as well as the magnitude?
I'll say it in my own words instead of just saying yes or no to yours, if that's all right.
Of course.
But my expectation is that the dam is safe, perfectly safe, but for a nearby earthquake. And of course, we're all familiar enough with seismology and the probabilities associated with earthquakes. But then once that dam breaks, then there's a 100% chance of having a big problem as a result. And so it's the combination of the severity of the consequence and the improbability of the initiating event that makes me still feel that it's a concern. It's a factor that should be taken into consideration.
Okay. With regard to the building settlement issue, I guess all buildings settle. This building is, I believe, approximately 40,000 square foot footprint. How much is acceptable in a building of that size? You said that...
It's an excellent question. If there's an underground garage and then the building has a half-inch crack in it, how much water is going to come in and how fast is it going to come in? You don't even need to do the math. You can sort of see it in your mind's eye with the water flowing in the half-inch crack. Now, I'm not saying that half-inch of differential settlement necessarily implies that all of that differential movement occurred exactly in the same place and there's one half-inch crack. It might have been that there's 8 16th-inch cracks. But the point is that there's a lot of water that is going to be coming into the building because it's not just seepage from the subsurface seepage coming from the uphill neighbors, but it's flowing in, it's flooding in because the building is submerged below the groundwater. And so the question of how much cracking is acceptable, again, like that dam question, is it acceptable that we have a building that cracks and we're having occupants in a 2-story garage and the building is maybe 14 or 15 feet below the water table? Absolutely, it's not acceptable. I want no cracks.
So 0 cracks, 0 settling.
0 cracks, minimal settlement, but the strength of the building should be adequate to resist the cracks, even if there is a little bit of settlement.
Okay. I had one other area.
Before we get to that, Commissioner Janoff has a question.
Having worked with engineers for many, many years, I understand that it's impossible to design out 100% of the risks. And so that's not what we're asking for. But I do have a question regarding the risk of a 1-story submerged garage versus a 2-story, 2-level. Most of the concerns you've raised have to do with the 2nd level. If we were to limit the subterranean garage to 1 story, would you have similar concerns, or what would those concerns be?
Much less.
Okay.
And so it boils down to the numbers again. So the groundwater table is, let's say, 10 or 12 feet below grade. If the first floor of the underground, if the only floor of the underground parking structure was, let's say, 8 feet below grade, there'd be no problem.
Generally speaking.
Yeah, if it were 10, it would be no problem. If it's below 10 and a crack occurred, you'd get a little standing water in your building, in your parking garage.
Would you be recommending, if it were a single lower level garage, would you be recommending that they beef up the thickness of the concrete similar to the way you're asking for the 4-foot if it were a two-story?
Probably less so.
But still more than?
But still more than the foot that has been recommended.
Okay.
I think that's just wanton disregard for public safety.
Okay. One more question on a similar but slightly different topic.
Yes.
We're talking about catastrophic events in the form of an earthquake or a dam break. Let's talk about the things that might not be catastrophic, but that would be reasonable to expect on a regular basis? Let's say after we had a torrential rain season, such as we've just had, what the effect of that level of rain and rainwater and runoff has on a low-level area. We've heard from public testimony that there is an issue with regard to displacement of water and its effect on the neighboring houses and foundations. In your opinion, has the EIR taken into consideration to a satisfactory degree the impact of this development on the neighboring properties?
Not yet, but they could. It could be modified and addressed. That's one of those things that is an addressable issue. It's not a drop-dead concern like what we're talking about with flooding into an underground garage. Those issues of site improvements and raising of grade and building a swale. For instance, on Highway 17, as you're going north on the on-ramp, there's a little tiny drainage swale on the right-hand side of the shoulder, and then there's a little berm outside of that, and then it drops down again. And I think you'll see in one of my correspondence on the recent letters, I think section 9 in one of the architectural drawings shows the very little protection that we have from runoff. And I don't remember what page it's on, but you might remember that little vision. I put a little red circle around something that was, obviously a deficient berm. But those things are addressable, and those can all be fixed. If NGO is asked to go back and the civil engineers are asked to go back and do an honest job of this and do a proper analysis, I'm sure they can do a better job and they'll be able to address those site issues.
One last related question. If they are determined to have a two-level subterranean garage, does the effect of the displaced groundwater on the neighboring properties get correspondingly worse? Yes or no?
Yes.
And is that on a relatively ongoing basis or an occasional basis?
That's an ongoing basis. It's not just during the course of construction.
Right. Thank you.
I think Commissioner Hudish was next, and then we'll get to you.
My question was about the impact on neighboring properties. If you could maybe walk us through that. It sounds like there are several aspects of it, so I'd be interested to understand what impact you think this project would have on neighboring properties.
Well, let's assume for the course of this next 5 minutes that we're talking about a 2-story underground submerged garage instead of a 1-story. And assuming that NGO has been asked to go back and properly evaluate liquefaction and the differential foundation settlement, and they come up also with the correct notion that their thickness of slab is about 4 feet. That means that the building excavation has to be approximately 25 feet down from current grade. And of course, they're below water at that point. So the excavation that occurs has to be associated with dewatering. And that dewatering is done by using some pumps to draw the water in and excavate it out. And so, of course, when you, should I make that sound again? I don't think I need it. When you suck that water out, of course, the water is going to be flowing underneath the cofferdam and coming from the uphill neighbors. And associated with that flow into the excavation, the silts move away from the sand, and you get a little bit higher permeability than ever before. It's called a piping failure that's occurring. And so there's some what we would call well development that is occurring. As water percolates down below the cofferdam and into the excavation, it causes a little bit of sort of micro soil erosion. So the next aliquot of water that's percolating below the cofferdam has a little easier time, et cetera, et cetera, et cetera. So percolation causes soil erosion below grade. Soil erosion below grade enables more percolation of water. And you end up getting a lot of water into this excavation. The net result of that dewatering is likely going to affect the uphill neighbors. And they're going to see a settlement of their slabs. Some people might have the happy situation where their whole settling occurs uniformly. Other people might have the situation where the downhill portion of their slab settles more than the uphill portion, and they get slab cracks. Now, those kinds of problems are just during the course of construction. Once the construction is done, the water will come back up to its normal level, it will hydrate the soils, and those slabs should come right back up more or less to where they were before. But you've cracked the slab and it needs to be repaired, and the way in which it's repaired is typically doing some epoxy crack repair of those cracked slabs. And it's not difficult, but it's expensive. You know, it costs about $150 a lineal foot to do crack repair of slabs that have been cracked as a result of this problem. That's the kind of thing that happens to the uphill neighbors. There might also be some sewer pipes that have a displacement. The downhill portions of the sewer pipe might be displaced a little bit more than the uphill portions. It might be that the 18-inch corrugated metal pipe that is the stormwater drain cracks. It might be that the sewer lines crack. All fixable, but it's an economic cost. And of course, you're not doing these repairs on the developer's side of the fence. You're doing these repairs on the homeowner's side a bit uphill. But there's nothing safety of concern. These are not life-threatening conditions. It's just an economic loss, and it's fixable.
And those losses would be caused by this development?
They'd be caused by the dewatering that was necessary for the construction to occur.
Okay,
and it's only during the construction phase that those problems occur.
Commissioner Birch has a question.
Is what you're referring to the item on page 6 that's called the radius of influence, or is that in addition to the influence, I guess that would be occurring during the construction?
No, that is exactly
Okay.
the radius there. You know, it's obviously localized, but it's not as localized as you would like. You know, it affects uphill neighbors more that are close and less that are farther away.
No, understood. Thank you.
All right, I think that completes our questions of you. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
The next person I will call is Carol Rosenberg. I'm going to add to our list, looks like Victoria Rufanova.
I'm Carol Rosenberg, a homeowner at Los Gatos Commons. My talk is strictly unscientific. When my husband had a heart attack 2 years ago, we decided to move from San Diego to San Jose to be near our family. We knew nothing about the lack of affordable housing. When our agent found a residence not yet listed, it was in Los Gatos. We bought it. We loved Los Gatos. We loved Los Gatos Commons, quiet, safe, friendly. Even when my husband died 2 years ago, I knew that I would stay in Los Gatos. With the specter of 401, 409, now I wonder, can I handle the stress of the increased traffic, the noise, and the pollution for 3 years? Is there a solution? I'm an anxious person. Perhaps there is. On page VIS 3 of the general plan of the town of Los Gatos, we read, "The benefit of new development is measured against the ability of the proposed development to harmonize with the existing development while minimizing impact on existing residential neighborhoods and infrastructure." I assert that the proposed project 401, 409 will not minimize, but rather exacerbate the impact on the existing residential neighborhoods. The closing sentence of that paragraph states, "Input from surrounding residents and property owners is a major consideration during any development review process." I ask that the Planning Commission carefully consider our input and our concerns. Los Gatos Commons, Pueblo de Los Gatos, Bella Vista Village, and Las Casitas are a major asset to the town, and the town should protect them.
Let's see if there are any questions. Any questions? No, thank you very much. All right, so the next person is going to be John Middlestedt, and I'm going to add Gene Jones to the list.
Good evening. I'm John Middlestead from Los Gatos Commons. I've been a resident of Los Gatos since 1978. I feel up here a little like Churchill must have when contemplating a half-full quart of scotch and said, "So much left to do and so little time to do it." Applicant has spent the last month not trying to reduce his 83,000 square foot monolith like you asked back on August 24th, but asking his experts to counter the arguments we had it ready for the April 12th meeting. We Alberto Way neighbors still feel that though applicants' experts continue to rely on what they term as low and very low risks associated with the planned development's location, which is directly above both a recognized liquefaction hazard zone and a concealed fault rupture hazard zone, as depicted in slides I have on the computer for your viewing later, that we should not be subjected to either the risks identified to our or to the public's safety, nor to those associated financial risks that only we neighbors would bear 5, 10, 15, or 20 years hence when an earthquake-induced liquefaction sets off a chain of events that result in cracked foundations and broken pipes beneath our units, regardless of how low or very low those risks are considered by the developer. It was Edward Adolphus Murphy, Jr., an aerospace engineer in the 40s and 50s, who may have said it best when he said, "Anything that can go wrong will go wrong." We in this room and all the residents of Oroville know this to be true. Why should we, the residents of Alberto Way, be asked to bear any of the risks associated with this development, let alone put up with 16 to 18 weeks or more of unhealthy construction, stirred air, and impeded traffic, only to be left thereafter with an 83,000 square foot building that has no place on our quite lovely street? We respectfully ask that you deny tonight the developer's proposal to not certify the EIR, but rather ask that it be amended to reflect all hazards with suitable mitigations identified and recirculated for the benefit of future developers. Do we have time to view the maps? 2002 fault rupture hazard zone and liquefaction hazard zone map slides from both the town
I point out you have,
and Santa Clara County.
You have 30 seconds. You use it any way you want.
And Santa Clara County both clearly show the project at the top of each zone. These pink lines are the fault rupture hazard zones. This doesn't show the blue, but the big thing surrounding the clover leaf is a liquefaction zone, and both that Santa Clara map and these town maps both show the same thing, that we have that. So I'd close by saying, please, let's not ignore Murphy's Law in the face of this evidence of risk, be it small or great.
Any questions? Thank you very much. The next card I have is, and I'm not sure I'm pronouncing this correctly, Victoria Rufanova, is it? And I'm going to add Marietta Rini to the list.
My name is Victoria Rufanova, and I'm owning Las Casitas, which is the closest site to proposed construction. And I just want to talk about several concerns of our community. According to hydrology report, as we all just heard, Dr. Geisler explained it very well. Due to excavation and dewatering of two-story garage, we will most likely, our property will get those settlements and cracks in basement and pipes existing. And again, in current proposed, we don't see that builder mitigate this story, and it looks like we as owners will be responsible financially for all fixing and restoration of our broken properties. Again, and we are not happy with this at all. Another point, privacy issue, because we are the closest site, so the buildings which are directly adjacent to the proposed site, they have bedrooms, windows right there, just like it's like, I don't know, maybe as far as this site. And it's very, very close, and they have like two-story building proposed, and second-story windows, they will be looking directly into their bedrooms of our owners and occupants. And that's not good. That's not good. And in addition, they propose to remove the wall between our property and I assume that all trees will be gone because they intervened with all their old trees. So commercial lighting, and again, second-story windows, they will be just directly across, like very, very close to our bedrooms. And it's also a privacy concern for us. People not deserve it, I believe. Another point, we have like about 20 kids in our property, and I'm not sure what plan is to separate our residential property from commercial one, but kids, they can do a lot of things which are unexpected. As with about 400 new people coming to town and 400 cars probably, maybe hopefully a little bit less, that's a safety concern too. Overall, in Alberta Way, we have about 60 kids going to elementary school every morning and coming back in the afternoon. And considering longevity of the construction site, it might also be safety concern for us. So again, please think about this too, and if something can be done, please address it.
Thank you. Are there any questions? If not, thank you again. The next speaker card I have is, it's either Jean or Jean Jones, and I'm going to add George Daly.
My name, excuse me, my name is Jean Farron Jones, and I live at 443 Alberta Way in the Los Gatos Commons. I've been a resident of the Los Gatos Commons for the past 4 years, and I've enjoyed the many things in the town: the convenience of the library, the adult recreation center, the concerts at the Civic Center, the jazz on the Plaza, and all the shops and restaurants. And the Commons is the oldest structure on Alberta Way, and it was constructed on farmland in 1977, and with a small town neighborhood atmosphere. And I'm concerned that the proposed plan for 405 Alberta Way will affect the quality of my life and all the residents on our little street. Before coming to Los Gatos, I've lived on the East Coast, and I was a part owner in an excavating company. And I have an idea of the disturbance that the trucking and the excavating equipment and the demolition equipment can cause with the dust, the pollution, the noise, and everything involved. And I'm concerned about that and the pollution. And I'm aware that something is going to be constructed there, and I don't object to that. It was said that all of us object to having anything built there. That is not true. We know that something will be constructed there, but I'd like you to consider that we have been there for a very long time, the Commons, and I'd like to have you take that into consideration. And thank you for the time.
Any questions? Thank you very much. Next card I have is Marietta Riney, and then I'm going to add Colleen McDonald. So, Ms. Riney?
My name is Marietta Riney. I live at 449 Alberta Way, which is in the Los Gatos Commons condos. The vision statement of the 2020 general plan for the town of Los Gatos identifies residents want to protect their community from the increasing development pressures of the region. Residents expect all new development to fit into the fabric of the community. Furthermore, new businesses will enhance their quality of life. These vision statements are not being applied to the 401-409 Alberta Way project. The policies of the land use element of the general plan are designed to, number one, protect existing residential areas from the impact of a non-residential development. They are designed to prohibit uses that may lead to the deterioration of the residential neighborhood. They are designed to prevent an adverse impact to the public safety of the residential neighborhood. And they are also designed to discourage the broadening of the tax base as the sole reason for allowing new commercial development or approving a change in a commercial land use. We are not seniors of yesteryear. We are active hands-on grandparents. Some of us run businesses. Some of us volunteer many hours at nonprofit community organizations such as hospitals, libraries, thrift shops. Some of our residents provide transportation to other seniors to get to doctor's appointments, therapy appointments, grocery stores. Some of us are legal advocates for Santa Clara County juveniles. We are foster parents, and some of us volunteer at suicide crisis centers. Please do not discount the contributions that we make to our communities. And please don't make it such an obstacle to give back to our communities. I have one further statement. The attorney said that this developer has not asked for any rule changes. I agree with that. Policies are not the same as rules, but some of these policies have been ignored. Thank you.
Are there any questions? Thank you very much. The next card I have is George Daly, and I will be adding Suzanne Noble. So, Mr. Daly, please.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is George Daly, and I reside in the Commons on Alberta Way. I'm asking you tonight to deny the developer's request for this project. Like most developers, they'll promise anything to get approval for their projects. They will always paint a pretty picture. Their claim that demolishing the existing buildings, hauling away the remains, digging an underground garage with dirt removal, and constructing a new structure won't cause any adverse disruption in this tiny neighborhood. To say the least, it will be a total disaster and create great chaos for several years. Construction crews will have to provide flagmen to direct and divert traffic on Alberta Way, Highway 9, and entering Highway 17. I drive through these intersections several times a day and at all hours, and I know only too well the traffic conditions residents endure daily. Compound these normal conditions with added construction traffic, and it would be easier to fly to the moon than get out of our neighborhood. I'm 85 and too old to have to endure these disruptions. My suggestion to the developers is to abandon this location and to move it to the North 40 where it is more suitable. Thank you.
Are there any questions?
Yes.
There are no questions. Thank you very much. The next card I have is Kayleen McDonald, and I'm going to add Brad Martin to the list.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. Thank you for the opportunity. My name is Kayleen McDonald. I live at 443 Alberta Way. And unlike all my neighbors, I'm a new resident of Los Gatos. I actually moved from San Francisco 6 months ago. Why? Congestion, traffic, noise, difficulty driving on streets, cranes, too many Ubers, on and on. I love Los Gatos. Without this firestorm of this project, I would never have gone to my computer to look up the 2020 general plan. for the town of Los Gatos. It was adopted in 2010, as you know. I would like to read just a couple of statements from the vision statement. Los Gatos is an oasis of calm within one of the major economic engines of the world, Silicon Valley. It's truly a special place, and residents want to protect their community from the increasing development pressures of the region. And it goes on. I'm not an expert either, and therefore there were two sections that I pulled out of the plan just to address briefly. One was the safety element, which has been addressed extensively tonight. And in that section, which is Chapter 11, under the goals, let's see, goal number 1, well, policy 1.2, restrict new development and new development and redevelopment based on the levels of acceptable risk, et cetera, et cetera. But the one that really, I think, pertains, 1.11, the last part, it requires geologic and geotechnical reports, et cetera, and then it says, as well, to protect, as well, the existing residences in the vicinity from identified hazards. And then the other part that I really appreciated was the land use element. And there were a number of policy statements in that. And rather than read them all, I could refer you to those, and I'm sure you use this general plan as your Bible when you make decisions. So I'd be happy to give you those. But in closing, and I wanted to show you, I had to sign this. As you know, when you buy property, this is the disclosure report, and liquefaction is one of the things I had to acknowledge. But in closing, all I want to say is the final line of the plan. The general plan is the town's guide to achieve this vision, the vision for Los Gatos. Thank you.
Thank you. Are there questions? There are not, so thank you again. The next speaker would be Suzanne Noble. I'm going to add Angelia Dorner to the list here, and she is the last card that I have. I do have one card here that says 2, but no name on it. So if somebody feels they've been ignored, I need an... Oh, fine, then you'll be called. But I'm just saying I do have one card here. Did somebody put a 2 on, but there is no name?
No, that's not mine. I
Good. Okay. All right, so Suzanne Noble.
Thank you. My name is Suzanne Noble, and I live at the Commons, and I expect that to be the last address I have in Los Gatos after 57-odd years. Our attorney, Rachel Mansfield Howlett, wrote a letter to the Planning Commission and submitted it last Friday. It was the last item of the staff report submitted to you on the 5th. Yesterday, on the 9th, the developer's attorney rebutted Ms. Mansfield Howlett's letter, which left her with no time to do her own rebuttal to the Buckhalter letter. So she asked me to read the following into the record tonight. On her behalf, I read to you. Quote, the May 9, 2017 Buckhalter, this would help, letter misstates and misapplies the law concerning the adequacy of an EIR. My letter of May 4, 2017 correctly lays out the legal standard applied to the adequacy of an EIR as confirmed by the California Supreme Court's decision in March of this year in Banning Ranch Conservancy versus City of Newport Beach, 2 Cal 5th 918. The Supreme Court confirmed that the adequacy of the EIR is an issue of law, decided de novo, and is not the substantial evidence standard claimed by Buckhalter. Claiming that all EIR issues are governed by the substantial evidence standard is common practice among the development community. The claim is false and ignores the clear standard of review set forth in the cases cited in my letter. The Buckhalter letter further claims that the evidence put forward by the Los Gatos community, their attorney, and their expert amounts to unsubstantiated opinion. Again, this misstates and misapplies the law concerning what constitutes substantial evidence. Citizens' testimony is based upon facts, reasonable assumptions premised on facts, expert opinion, and first-hand observations that are based on specific knowledge of the project site and its surroundings. Hundreds of published cases confirm that this kind of evidence constitutes substantial evidence and may not be discounted. End quote. Thanks for allowing me to do this for Ms. Manfield-Howick. I have a copy for each of you.
Oh, thank you very much. Are there any questions of the speaker? If not, thank you very much, Ms. Noble. The next card I have is Claire Ferguson.
Good evening, Commissioners. My name is Claire Ferguson. I am a resident of Los Gatos Commons on Alberta Way. And as a 40-year resident of Los Gatos area, and with 25 years of laboratory experience, both in the medical field and the environmental field, it is the environmental impact of the 401-409 Alberta Way project that brings me here today to plead for the health of the residents, half of which are seniors, on Alberta Way. In addition to the planned construction being stressful, potentially unsafe and disruptive, my major concern is the environmental impact of the construction on the health of the residents. Although the EIR for this project was submitted, it was in direct conflict with the directive in the general plan, Environmental Sustainable Section, page 3031. In particular, the air quality section that states senior populations are more susceptible to the effects of air pollution than the general population. In other words, people with heart, lung, circulatory problems common to senior populations are at risk. To address this concern, Environmental Policy 12.5 states that site plans should be reviewed to assess the potential adverse impact from air pollution. The addition of 330 vehicles plus the diesel trucks used during the 4 stages of the projects will exacerbate an already high level of engine emission compounds, carbon monoxide, hydrocarbons, particulates, NOx, and ozone. We are at the intersection of 2 major arteries, Highway 17, Highway 9. Our homes at the Commons are in a few feet of Highway 17, where there are hours of idling cars in stop-and-go traffic at least 5 days a week. We are already subjected to above average automobile engine emissions. Following are the health hazards for each of the 5 hazardous emission compounds from gasoline and diesel. As described by Washington State Department of Ecology Emission Check Study, carbon monoxide diminishes the blood ability to supply oxygen to the brain, heart, other tissues, results in great danger to people with heart problems, even some danger to healthy people. Hydrocarbons identified by California Department of Health as to contain benzene is a carcinogen linked with leukemia. The obvious I'm sorry, I have 2 others and I'm going to run over time. Particulates, small size, allows them to bypass the nasal passage and go deep into the lungs, causing heart and lung damage. NOx, combination of nitrous dioxide, related nitrous oxides, contribute to ozone production, and that causes harmful changes to breathing passages, absorbing oxygen.
Your time is up, but I think we're all fairly well familiar with the difficulties.
Can I make my conclusion?
As long as it's short.
Okay. Obvious conclusion to be drawn: fewer vehicles, fewer pollutants, fewer health hazards. More vehicles, more pollutants, more health hazards. As this conclusion applies to us, the residents of Alberta Way, this project is an insult to our intelligence, hazardous to our health. We did not work hard, be able to live here at the Commons in order to have our health compromised. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Let's see if there are any questions. There are none, so thank you again. Next to the last card I have is Brad Martin.
Hello, my name's Brad, and I live at 435 Brad Martin, live at 435 Alberta Way, right next to the proposed project. My gut feeling is I've written 2 letters to the council on this. It's too big in the town. It's too close to town. It's too big of a structure for that area. I talked to this gentleman. I was there once, and I said, you know, I understand you want to get a big building on here to make your money, but we've got a development across the street, the Los Gatos Lodge. It's not going to stay that way. Eventually that'll turn. It's way underutilized. And the guy at the end of our street, his property's underutilized. And the hotel got a lot of square footage on their property somehow. You develop all those properties along with this one, and that's going to be a nightmare. Intersection. So that's too big.
All right, thank you. 1 second. I think, are there any questions? All right, thank you very much.
One more comment.
Go ahead.
Their artist rendering showed trees next to our property. If they're going to put big redwood trees, all that debris is going to go on our property. It's going to block all the light too.
All right, thank you again. The last card I have is Angelia Dorner, our first speaker this evening and our apparently last.
Proud to be a bookend.
All by yourself.
Angelia Dorner, proud resident of the Almond Grove and of Los Gatos. As I mentioned before, these people are my neighbors. What happens in their neighborhood will happen next in mine and everyone else's who is watching. I first really want to thank Mr. Geisler or Giesler for the dewatering and liquefaction education that he just gave us. I found it extremely valuable. And through you, I'd like to thank the residents of the Commons or whoever else hired him and paid for him, and might even ask the town to consider using him in the future because of the clarity of his responses and the diligence in his work. Something reminded me here when we're talking about the potential damages to neighborhood properties. When companies sell or get acquired, it's very routine to set up litigation reserves or something that can be held for uncertainties, so that those monies are available and not given to the quote-unquote buyers sellers until those risks are reasonably mitigated. So that I started thinking about that and thought that, you know, a construction period, escrow account type account, construction period plus a settlement period, settlement meaning settlement of the building period, where funds of an amount to help mitigate these property issues, neighboring property issues might be used before those funds are released back to the developer. I believe that the things that were pointed out by Mr. Geisler and discussed through your Q&A are significant enough to require modifications to the EIR and at a minimum must be continued. If the developer does not make supporting supplementary analyses, and I believe including those relating to if a one-story were to be built based on the proximity of this to the creek, then the thing has to be denied. If modifications are made and quantified, you guys can still make additional conditions of approval providing some compensatory mitigation safeguards like the consequential escrow type fund. Something reasonable could be quantified using various actuarial scenarios that would provide some level of protection to surrounding property owners and could be held for a long enough period of time to make them feel a little bit more comfortable with what ultimately gets developed. Thank you.
Thank you very much. No questions? All right. As far as I know, I've gone through all the cards, so we're going to close. Well, we're not going to close. I forgot all about the applicant. All right. Please join us. You have 5 minutes of rebuttal. That would not, those are the rules. To the extent there are questions, you will have more time.
Thank you, Planning Commission and the public for the comments. I'm just going to run through really quickly some general comments and provide some responses, and then I'm going to turn it over to NGO to address Dr. Geisler's comments this evening. Specifically, with respect to the questions about, there were some comments on the, hold on a second here. Regarding construction worker driveway, garbage truck access, where are they going to park? There are conditions 102, 103, 104 that address no construction vehicle parking on the street that the town has already required that the project address. Plus, there's also the requirement for a construction management plan, which we've addressed since August of last year. Those deal with those specific issues. Parking will be provided on site, of course, for any tenant use, and construction vehicle related traffic staging will occur on site as well. With respect to crossings, there were issues related to pedestrian crossing from the Commons to Alberta Way and crossings on the northbound on-ramp. Condition 80 speaks to the requirement to provide improved pedestrian access, including signage and lighting for that. With respect to the Commons and Alberta Way, as was provided information before, there are improvements associated with Alberta Way that will facilitate both pedestrian and bike access, so that addresses that concern as well. Regarding the comments concerning the jobs housing ratio and how this project violates the general plan policies concerning the jobs housing ratio under the EIR discussion about population and housing impacts, this project was found to be consistent with the general plan projections, so there are no impacts. There's no violation of those provisions. Related to VTA approving funding prior to completion of this project, what VTA does, what Caltrans does with respect to regional improvements, those impacts have been addressed. In fact, as a CEQA matter, reasonable worst case impacts were already evaluated through the CIR. There were no assumptions about improvements that have not yet been completed as part of the baseline road improvement conditions, meaning that the worst case project impacts were assumed, and we didn't assume that somebody else is going to fix the impacts. The impacts truly represent what the impacts are of the project, and the project's required to fix its impacts. So those issues have been addressed. With respect to the displaced water, surface runoff, the Dr. Geisler's comments, I'm going to let NGO and also Kieran Wright address those technical issues. With respect to any transportation-related impacts, Gary Black can also address those concerns. And then finally, I just want to clarify something, and it concerns me that I think some of the comments of a legal nature have kind of obfuscated what CEQA actually says. The statute says that analysis is supposed to be based on substantial evidence. When decisions are brought before the appeals court reviews them de novo. But the analysis itself is based on substantial evidence. And the reason for my letter was speculation and all these worst case conditions. That's not what CEQA calls for. It calls for a reasonable person standard based on facts, opinions supported by facts, expert opinions. And even if you have a disagreement among experts, it doesn't invalidate the analysis that has already been done. And in fact, in this case, you have not only technical consultants who've prepared analyses based on the rules that the town applies, as well as every other agency in the state of California when it comes to preparing an EIR. You also have taken into consideration the case law that informs that process. You have the town's peer review consultants, and you have the town's own staff reviewing this. So it's not like all of a sudden on some other day some judge gets to decide, no, I disagree with that. Everything has to be based on facts. And so I'm going to turn it over to the technical consultants to address that. And then Mr. Lamb also had a couple of comments just related to the specifics about the project and.
Note that you have 30 seconds left. Now,
Okay.
let me just say something, and just let's kill the clock for a minute. It's clear to me, at least I think it's clear to me, that we're going to have a number of questions, and so we will, once the 5 minutes are up, the commissioners will have the opportunity to direct any questions they want to any of your experts. So even though 30 seconds is an awfully short time, your presentation will be over in about 30 seconds, but we will be asking you questions. So hopefully that will work out for you. I realize everybody's put a lot of time into this. So finish your 30 seconds.
Okay, wait, I'm done. Thank you very much, though. And I'll, maybe, do you want to just say something?
I have 1 second.
No, you have 30 seconds.
Going backwards. Well, one, thank you for being here, and for Peter Geisler, thank you for coming and saying hello. You're right. We don't agree, but we can still agree that we both have our opinions, and we can be friendly, and we can go that route. I want you to take a good look at the consultants in this room. They are some of the finest, most sought-after consultants in California, let alone our own Bay Area. These people don't do this. They don't wake up one day and say, gosh, I want to be a hydrologist, or gosh, I want to be a civil engineer. These are people that we have used for 20 years, 25 years. In fact, the town uses many of the same consultants. Not only are the consultant discussions that you have seen of, I think John suggested we had battling consultants and this and that going on. We had such a fire, we were drinking water out of a fire hose as all these comments came from the neighbors. And I want to thank every one of our consultants that stepped up, answered, took a very high level, answered everything as they should have. But I want you to know they are the best. And that's why you hire them, and that's why we hire them.
Thank you. Your time is up now. I'm going to encourage my fellow commissioners to ask questions, and we're going to start with Commissioner Birch.
This is for Mr. Lamb, please. Yeah, sorry, shouldn't have sat down. I know we're going to have a ton of questions for all the experts, but I'm going to ask a very high-level quick question that's come up multiple times. Is your hard line the lowest you can go on the square footage related to this 83,000 square feet?
Yes.
Below that, you're not?
Yes, I'm not interested.
Okay.
Yeah, and that would include the 2 stories of underground parking.
May I ask a follow-up question of the
Sure.
architect, Mr. Kirby? In your review of the building and how it's situated on the site and the 2 stories versus 1 stories, I'm sure you've done more renderings than you cared to. Is there any situation on this site with the building where this could be compiled in a partially single-story, partially 2-story, which I'm asking that specifically because of some of the view questions, so I'm sure you know where I'm going with this, that would enable the applicant to meet the square footage that's required for this to be a financially feasible, yet would allow for a design that met the needs of the neighbors. And I'm not even addressing the parking garage. That's a whole other story. I'm talking about above ground at this point.
The short answer to your question, Commissioner Birch, is that the only way to reduce the visual impact of this building any further is to reduce the square footage, which is apparently not an option with our client. So we have done everything in our power by pushing the building back to the rearmost setback line, by going to a concrete structure to reduce we've minimized the floor-to-floor heights, we've minimized the amount of roof, mansard roofs that we need to conceal the HVAC equipment. We worked with our civil engineer to depress the building down as far as we can. We've gone through all of that exercise. So I just
Totally
don't see
understand.
anything you do to increase height or reduce height elsewhere is going to increase height somewhere else. So it's kind of
Let her, I think she, sure. Do you want to rephrase the question? Or?
No, I
all
totally
right?
understand what he's saying, and I appreciate the articulation you put into it.
Did my response make sense to you? Did that?
Perfectly.
As long as it did, yeah.
I speak
Commissioner
Dan.
Hughes.
Yeah, thank you. I have a follow-up to that.
Sure.
The existing building, what's the square footage of the existing office building?
The buildings that are there on site now? 30,000.
30,000? And how much of that 30,000 is below grade?
Of the existing buildings?
Yes.
None, as far as I know. Pardon me?
So are you aware that you
Underground?
have to? Are you aware that you have to step down below the grade of the parking lot?
Oh, I'm sorry, you're talking about the existing buildings. Yeah, yeah, correct. 20% is below grade.
And
correct.
in your design, had you considered a similar design where part of the building would be below grade as it is
We did consider
now?
that. One of the options was to depress the grade level down 4 feet below grade. The concern there is that it makes the building more difficult to lease because we don't have the floor-to-ceiling windows that most tenants are demanding now in commercial Class A buildings. So we did talk about that at one point.
Okay.
And it wasn't viable from a tenant marketing standpoint.
Vice Chair Kane?
Mr. Lamb? I guess I was just quite taken aback. I wasn't prepared for what you said. Commissioner Birch said, is 83,000 your line in the sand? And you said, yes, and we're going to do two-story garage. I don't know where to go from here with that. I mean, we're both negotiators, I would think, and you just told us that the motion we made back at the August 10 meeting, which was quite extensive, which seems not to have been addressed, is definitely not going to be addressed. Is that what you're saying?
What wasn't addressed?
The motion was return with a significant reduction in scale and size of the building, perhaps by 1/3. Examine moving the building away from the residential, maintain the LEED certification on the underground parking site, re-examine the traffic safety measures immediately adjacent to the site with particular attention to straightening and widening of Alberta Way. Work with staff to approximate a complete streets concept, work with staff and Caltrans to improve visibility at Highway 9, increase conformance with the commercial design guidelines, all of Section 1.4, and as you've heard many times tonight, general plan policies, LU 1.8, LU 6.5, incorporate it goes on and on and on. And you're saying 83,000 is it, boom.
Well, did we not do any of this? I would tell you with a straight face that we did 80 to 90% of those. Let me just go back to.
I'm going to interrupt because.
Can I answer the question?
Yes, sir.
Question. How about if I answer the question? So the answer to the question is, in my opinion, we did 80% of what was asked. We were asked to take 1/3 of the square footage off the building as an arbitrary number. We were already building within what the envelope allows. 35-foot height, 2-story project, 50% coverage. We're now 9,000 feet less than that. We're 5 to 6 feet below that. We took 25% of the mass and volume out of this building, which was what we asked, which if Jennifer wants to show you again, you can take a look at the blue versus the orange tape out there for the story poles, and you can see what was done. The complete streets, the bike lane, the traffic safety, let's see what else was there. Reduction of the size of the excavation of the garage. We took 58 stalls out. Chair O'Donnell asked if we could provide surface parking on our site, one, to offset any of the street parking that was there, but also for the restaurant that's across the street for overflow, what have you. We jumped from 7 stalls to 42 stalls. And we did straighten the frontage. We do have 3 dedicated lanes out front on Alberta Way. We have a bike lane. We have a bike box. We are also committing to having communication from Los Gatos Boulevard to Alberta Way. What didn't we do?
Make the neighbors happy.
Well, okay.
No, I'm serious. 80.
Michael, we're not going to have a colloquy here. You can ask a question, you can answer the question, then we're going to move on.
Yeah.
Okay, so are there other questions? Yeah, Commissioner Hughes.
So I had some questions about one of the items that was requested, and that's the widening of Alberta Way. And I had difficulty understanding how much that's been done and where it's been done. So I guess I'm referring to C 2.0, and Could you tell me how much it's been widened and what length the widening has occurred?
I'm Dan Mitchell with Kieran Engineers.
Is that a document that we have?
Yes.
Which one is that?
I know that we were trying to straighten it out. We wanted to widen the road to allow for...
Is that a document that we've been provided, or do we go by C 2.0?
Exhibit 41
41,
has
okay,
that
thank
as
you.
its last page.
Okay, great.
Okay.
Excuse me, let me just try to find that.
Did you go to half-past or no? I'm not-
Is that before the plans?
It is the last sheet of the project information sheet prepared by the Parks and Public Works Department as Exhibit 41. It's attached to the May 10th staff report.
Ah, okay. Thank you.
Right?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. In an attempt to kind of straighten in Alberta Way out so you have a little more visual, I guess, so you could see upcoming traffic, the intersection. We have pushed it back, I believe it was about 3 feet. Instead of more of an arc, we kind of put in a little more of a straight line, so it's a straighter shot in the frontage of the property. This also allowed us to add the bicycle lane and be able to have the appropriate width for the...
Along that length, could you indicate where that 3 feet occurs? Is it the entire length from the property line to Highway 9?
Yeah, let's see. I believe it's about the...
Take the mic, please.
I believe it's about the first driveway, and it varies all the way up around here, and then at the very end it ties back into the original property line.
Where the hydrant is, or at the property line? Does the 3 feet continue along the whole length from the property line to the driveway?
It varies back, basically, from 3, when it hits the final driveway up here, it varies back to 0.
Okay. And does it, how wide, how much wider is Alberta Way at the intersection with Highway 9?
Let's see. Which portion?
The intersection of Alberta Way and Highway 9.
Oh, right here?
Yes. How much wider is it at that point?
Yeah, I'm not sure. I know we pushed that back.
Okay. Thank you.
Right.
All right. Commissioner Udis, you're finished at the moment. Okay, Commissioner Birch. Oh, and we're going to take a recess in a few minutes. One of the commissioners has a very bad back, so we pause occasionally so as we won't have somebody crying up here.
Right.
So, all right, Commissioner Birch.
I get cranky when my back starts hurting really bad, so. I had a question on that same vein, but I think maybe Hexagon may be able to answer my question concerning the widening of that road, because I've heard both sides of this story.
Okay.
So as we widen and we somewhat straighten out that curve, I obviously see a lot of benefits to it, but at the same time, I've driven up and down that street and people do drive excessively fast on it. Do you think that by straightening that out and widening it, we may be opening ourselves up to more excessive speeding? Or do you think that, honestly, it will maybe fix a problem where sometimes people speed up a little bit more on curvier roads? you know, I want to make sure we're solving the problem for the residents when this goes forward. So I want to make sure that this is the right solution.
Well, there are a lot of trade-offs in road design, as I'm sure you can imagine. So you make the road wider, you solve some problems, you create other problems.
Right.
This is a fairly minor treatment, so I don't think it would be very much perceived by the driver that, oh, this road looks a lot wider now. It may even be perceived as being narrower, and we need to look at the perception in addition to the reality, because what we're doing is we're painting additional lanes on there. We're painting a bike lane. We're also painting a turn lane. So the lanes to the driver will appear narrower.
Okay.
And so that kind of offsets the fact that the street is slightly straighter. It's only slightly straighter. You can see that it still has a curve in it.
Yeah.
And it's slightly wider, but I imagine to the driver it will look a little bit narrower.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
I'm going to ask a question. I want to ask your hydrologist or whoever is responsible for your hydrology. We've had a black and white comparison here, and you're all credible because I am not an expert. But I've heard a wonderful exposition here. I would like to get the other side's exposition because they can't both be right. So if you would allow your expert to take the microphone and explain to us, for example, we've had some illustration that if you draw down water while you're putting in the 2 stories down, you're going to have an effect in the area, which to a layman at least makes sense. You're going to be sucking water out, and if you suck water out, you're going to be bringing other water in, and you heard the whole conversation. Could you, 1, do you agree with that? And 2, if you do, or if you don't, well, let me put it this way. If you do, what steps, if any, would you take to avoid the consequences?
Sure. Just introduce myself. I'm Janet Kahn with NGO. I'm a geotechnical engineer and engineering geologist. I'm registered in both. Have been working on many different projects in the Bay Area in the past 14 years. I've built several basements in San Jose, San Francisco, down the peninsula, underground water too. So dewatering is a basic understanding of engineering properties where you will create a drawdown cone, as explained by Dr. Geisler. However, the cone could be controlled by pumping rates. There are also, there are a lot of properties in San Francisco specifically where there are 0 lot lines and builders are building deep foundation and drawing down groundwater too. So this is a known problem with known engineering solutions. One way to do it is create a pumping rate that doesn't create a big enough drawdown cone. The drawdown cone size is determined by the depth of dewatering. What we're assuming here is a historic high groundwater level at 12 feet. During construction, if we're in the summertime, usually the groundwater level would be lower. So all we need to do, say for instance, the groundwater is 15 feet deep, we only need to draw down 15 feet of water rather than 10 to the bottom of so the column of water that you need to draw down is lower, so your cone of insurance is also smaller. So by controlling the amount of water we're dewatering, that will reduce the impact from the property line to the neighbors. There are other methods including installing a cutoff wall, a soil cement deep mixing wall along the property line, and that creates basically an impermeable barrier within your excavation, and you only dewater in your excavation, so you're not drawing down any groundwater outside your barrier wall. So we look at a lot of different conditions, and we do need to do that evaluation before construction, because this is part of the shoring and dewatering plan that typical excavation projects has to go through. And these are solutions and conditions that we need to look at to make sure the drawdown cone does not impact any neighboring properties.
So let me understand with your experience with other jurisdictions, do they actually then impose upon your permits this kind of restriction so that one could evaluate what the cone of influence is going to be and/or use the wall that you have described to us.
Yes.
So that's
it
something
is-
Los Gatos could do, in your experience.
Well, in areas where you need to do water for construction monitoring, it's very common to install piezometers around the perimeter to basically monitor the drawdown, and is a electronic device that sends signals to engineers. So there's several thresholds, and if the threshold is starting to alarm but not hazardous, we get an alert on our cell phone right away. So we evaluate these drawdowns, and we basically, stop construction if there's whatever like this unexpected drawdown that could potentially impact other neighbors. We stop dewatering, and these are very typical construction monitoring process that most projects in the Bay Area implement.
All right, one other question then. One comment was that your proposal for the floor, I guess I would say, of the second level of the garage, as mentioned, I forget how thick it was as proposed, but the good doctor was suggesting it should be at least 4 feet. Do you have any comment on that?
Let me quickly respond. So
Nice to have you respond. Thank you.
So from a geotechnical standpoint, we evaluate settlement and potential ground loss. We did run our analysis using the guidelines that all engineers in the Bay Area uses. We come up with a half-inch differential and a total of 1-inch settlement, and these are design criteria. So the structural engineers are required to design a mat foundation that has to span a void underneath the mat. And they might come up with 12 inches, 14 inches, or 4 feet in extreme cases, but the thickness is determined by the amount of soil support and also the amount of settlement underneath it. So in our case, for a half-inch settlement, differential settlement, these are actually very minor. Most homes can tolerate 12-inch, including most single-family homes mats. So the thickness of the mat is highly dependent on soil
The
conditions.
comment was, however, that, as I understood it, that most of the experts have never visited the site. Now, I realize that's not always necessary, but on the other hand, the testimony has been because historically that was a creek bed, and that creek bed had flooding, and therefore there was an alluvial fan, I suppose, there, that you can hit water fairly shallowly. I'm just wondering if what you submitted to us is the final opinion, or are you saying some further work is done?
No, it's our final opinion, and we review historical photographs that are georeferenced and also to scale, so we can accurately overlay the site over historical photos where there might not be roads or identifiable structures to locate the site. And by reviewing all these photos back 50 years, we didn't observe any signs of the creek flowing through our site. The creek has been rerouted. We acknowledge that. We can see that, but the creek.
Well, it's a concrete channel, and do you know when that
it's a channel.
Do you know when that channel was put in?
No, it's a creek that flows, and then the creek got
But
rerouted.
it flows within the channel unless it's an unusual flood season. And before the channel was put in, we did have more flooding. It's part of the reason the channel was put in. So I'm wondering if you happen to know when the channel was put in.
Well, typically our practice is to review historical photos, which I don't know if we have it on the exhibit, but I believe we included them in our response letter. It is in there?
All right, that's enough questions for me. Yes, go ahead, Commissioner
Sure.
Janoff.
So just to be clear, you're saying that your analysis tells you presently that the 12-foot concrete mat is sufficient, but late, 12-inch, what did I say, foot?
12.
Sorry, 12.
That'll work.
The 12-foot would probably work. The 12-inch mat is sufficient, but there's a subsequent analysis from a structural engineer that's going to confirm that, or the structural engineering analysis has been done?
Well, as far as I understand, our design parameters has already been applied by the structural engineer, and the 12-inch, oh, not yet? Oh, sorry.
I think there's something a very important basic point that needs to be made here to staff as well as to to the commission as well as to the neighbors. We have not engineered this underground garage yet. That all comes after the entitlement phase. What you're looking at right now is a design proposal, and we will take the recommendations of the source report, and then we will engineer the garage. So
Okay.
that hasn't been done yet.
Follow-up question. If it turns out your structural engineer agrees with Dr. Geisler in that there needs to be a 4-foot pad in order to support the structure as well as the hydrology of the soil, would the cost of having, just the sheer construction cost of having to install a 4-foot concrete pad be prohibitive? And this is probably a question for Mr. Lamb.
It won't be prohibitive, and I can assure you it will not be 4 feet. It will probably, because
Okay.
I've done dozens of these. and
I'm asking.
The largest amount I've ever designed for a 3-story garage underwater, under the water table,
Okay.
was 3 feet.
That's
So-
question number one. Question number two, if you have to excavate, in addition, 3 additional feet to get to a 4-foot thick concrete pad to establish proper support over the soil that you have, does that not further exacerbate the groundwater dislocation that is already considered to be a problem with just your 12-inch pad with a 2-story subterranean garage on the neighboring properties? Am I making?
Yeah, you are. No, it does make sense. So
All right.
and the answer to the question is not if the proper dewatering is executed in terms of flow rates.
I'm not talking about during the construction phase. I'm talking about, my question for Dr. Geisler was 2-part. One, not during the construction, but what are the ongoing concerns of having displaced that much watery soil on the surrounding property? So it's not the construction phase, but subsequent.
So as Dr. Geisler indicated, once the construction is complete and the garage basement is completely waterproofed and constructed, the dewatering is deactivated and the water table restores itself back to the same condition.
Let me
that it
stop
was
this for a
before.
second. I don't think we're through, but I did promise that we would take a break. And so I would like to keep this as close to 5 minutes as we can, but this is truly a stretch. So. beginning again. Now, we were right in the middle of some hydrological discussions, and I think Commissioner Janoff was questioning. I don't know if you're finished or if you have other questions. I know it's hard to remember.
I don't even remember. I guess my question was that if the pad needs to be deepened for structural purposes, this is really for the structural engineer who isn't in the room, but you're close enough. So then under operation, after construction, during operation, then the deeper structure, the two-story garage with 1 foot or more concrete pad, is going to present an ongoing problem for displacing the water of the high water table to the surrounding neighborhood.
Is it on?
Basically, what you're creating is a bathtub within the water table. And once the dewatering pumps are turned off, the water just encloses the bathtub. The bathtub is waterproof. Water doesn't get into the garage.
But doesn't Euclid say that when you displace water, something else happens, and you're displacing that amount of underground high level or high water table with a mass, and that water's going to have to go somewhere? I mean, could have the wrong scientist.
I totally understand your thought. What you're thinking is a pool where you put a box in, but this is not the case because we dewater first. So the center of the area is already dry. We put the box in. We turn off dewatering. The cone of water is already just like right next to our excavation. So when we turn it off, it flows back around our excavation and is stabilized. So we're not pushing water up or down. This is a regional groundwater condition, and we're doing a small excavation of a big region. If you look at it that way.
Okay. I haven't heard Euclid cited in a long time. Commissioner Hudes?
Yeah, I had two questions that were ones that were posed to Mr. Geisler, or Dr. Geisler. The probability of dam failure, I know that was, in his report, I know that it was also rebutted. Could you, for the record, tell us what you think, whether that is the most serious issue, the possibility of dam failure?
Okay, so we include a potential dam inundation map in one of our response, and I believe Dr. Geisler also referred to it. Half of the town of Los Gatos is mapped within that inundation map. So if there is a catastrophic failure of the dam, it's a hazard to pretty much all the residents in the map zone. It's not unique to basements. It could flood everyone. But the likelihood is low because there are reputable consultants who evaluate the dams recently and run analysis after analysis, more exploration, and determine the dam is actually safe. So I don't know if we will be seeing an updated inundation map soon, but based on the studies, the dam is safe.
I understand that response, but particularly Dr. Geisler says the most significant hazard is posed by the possibility of an upstream dam failure, which to me means that the other possibilities are lower than that, because that's the most significant hazard. Do you agree that that's the most significant hazard?
The most significant hazard. No, I don't agree. I think the most significant hazard is the liquefaction, because liquefaction could happen at a higher frequency than dam failure. And already mapped, we know it could happen, and we could have earthquakes. So I believe liquefaction is a higher hazard.
Okay, I had one other question, which was...
Before you do that, let me just check. As I understood Dr. Geisler, he said he was particularly looking at the second level of the garage, whereas, yes, flooding can occur in lots of places in Los Gatos, including, unfortunately, where I live. But we also heard, I think, testimony that there are no two-story basement garages in town. So the one story down to 10 feet, let's say 10 feet, he was saying you take a cataclysmic event, which the likelihood of that occurring almost infinitesimal. But once you say, well, yeah, it could occur, then, as I understand the testimony, was where it would really hurt a lot of things, but what would really hurt would be the second level of the garage. And were you to have one level of garage, then that risk would be reduced. And I guess the question is, one, do you think that's what he said? And two, do you think that's correct?
I need to point you to your own website. If you go on your website, the website actually talks about exactly what this is. Your own, the town, our own website says that the chance of this is very low, and that in the event of a dam failure, the entire area from Los Gatos Boulevard all the way through downtown would be inundated with water in 6 minutes.
I don't think you're listening to what I'm saying or what he said. There are two levels to this garage. Let me finish. And he was focused on the second level. The town of Los Gatos does not have another one, so whatever happened to the rest of the town of Los Gatos is very interesting. But the subject before us is the two-level garage. So if you want to speak to the two-level garage.
I will speak to it.
It's not on our webpage.
I'm trying. So the two-level garage, what Peter's comment was, and I would love to get our own consultants, was cracks that would fill. I think his actual point, and he said tonight, was that if you had 300 people working in that garage or in that building and that they were down there, they would all drown. Come on. That's a stretch beyond all stretches I've ever heard in any planning, entitlement, or anything else. And I'm actually surprised he said it. Secondly, in our particular case, we have drainage, we have backup systems, we have everything possible in a garage like this for the safety of our residents. Anybody that's in there at the moment that they're there has full safety.
Except for a cataclysmic event when the dam breaks.
When the dam breaks, our garage is not going to matter.
I'm not arguing with you, but what you've said is you have everything that really works great unless the dam breaks.
There's going to be people floating by separate of what's going on in our garage.
So the answer is yes, that's true. Okay, any other questions?
Okay, now do you want to do the rest?
Commissioner Hudis.
This question relates to the water table, and I know there's been some evidence presented about the water table, and there was a document that we received that said that the water table is 55 feet higher than it was in 2014, and I believed there was a graph that Dr. Geisler presented that showed a cycle of the water table. In your opinion, is that true? And secondly, how do you account for seasonal and cyclical weather or rainfall differences in the water table when you're doing this analysis?
Well, first of all, I haven't seen the exhibit that you talk about with the cyclic, but based on my experience, that's not really true for this area. However, our study looked at historic high groundwater maps. So there are published maps for the entire Bay Area that present the historical high. And those high groundwater levels are used for engineering analysis, assuming the worst case scenario. So that's what we did. And we also look at Department of Water Resource water database. They have an online water database for the entire state. So we look at those databases. Those databases are compiled by existing wells in the area and collected groundwater levels in those wells. So it's a continuous data that we can check and look. And we have looked at that database.
Okay. Thank you.
Other questions? All right. If there are no other questions of any of their experts, I'm going to close the public input of this hearing. So I will close that. And now I will look to my fellow commissioners. This evening, and I'm going to direct, I'm going to say something which I want staff to correct me on if I'm wrong, but we have two principal matters to deal with this evening. One is the CEQA issue, and that is on the EIR. We either certify it or we don't. Typically, if you say we're not going to approve the EIR, you would not go further on the project. On the other hand, that doesn't seem very helpful to me. What I personally would like to do is discuss the EIR, decide whether we believe it is complete. No matter what we decide on that, I would like us also to discuss the merits of the rest of the proposal before us, because I think that would be helpful to everybody, including the applicant. If we should not approve the project, I would anticipate an appeal, and if there were an appeal, I would want to give as much of our thoughts to the council as possible. So that being the case, can we do that?
So you can discuss all of the elements, as you said. If the EIR is not approved, then you can't approve the project. You can discuss and give feedback on both parts as background and justification for whichever decision you decide to make.
And just to be clear about this, let's assume that we, and I don't know, I've not discussed this matter with my fellow commissioners. If we assume for the moment that we don't approve the EIR, and then we go ahead and discuss the relative merits of the balance of the case, as far as you're concerned, there'll only be one decision made, and that is we don't approve the EIR. Is that correct?
I mean,
We would be looking for you to deny the project, then you don't have to certify the EIR, would be
But
proper.
I have a feeling of just having heard all the discussion of this. Okay, so you're saying if we deny the project, we don't get to the EIR?
Correct. If the motion.
I was hopeful that if we had some comments about the EIR, it might be helpful to the council.
You can make those comments.
Okay,
That's-
so
that's
what we
fair.
should first do then is not discuss the EIR. We should discuss the relative merits of the substantive matter, not that EIR isn't substantive, before us. So with that being the case, and unless there's some further questioning by my fellow commissioners, I would invite conversation on the matters before us, which are three, I suppose: requesting approval to demolish 3 office buildings and construct a new 2-story office building with underground parking, architectural site application, conditional use permit, and environmental impact report. So it'd be the first two: architectural site application and the conditional use permit. So I would invite my fellow commissioners to make some comments. Yes, Commissioner Birch.
So I will start by acknowledging that there's been a lot of work done in a lot of parts of this project. I appreciate the bike lane. I appreciate the widening of the street. Work to be done on the crosswalk by 17, although I still think town-wise there's probably more conversations to help tweak that, having walked it myself. But I think without getting into all of those debates, I think fundamentally what it comes down to is the overall size of the project and understanding that for the applicant, there's an understandable line on where this is a profitable project. As I listen to all the neighbors and everyone around, it just seems that the size that is currently being proposed is too large. I think for myself, I'm not going to get into architectural details or all the other things just because that seems to me like that's a line and I can't work around that. So I would look to my other commissioners.
All
for
right,
their
other
comments.
Yes, Commissioner Janoff?
Yeah, just a couple of comments. I think that the design does not accommodate the desires of the neighborhood to achieve a sensitivity to the surrounding properties. It is too large. And not because of the size of the acreage, but because the impact to the surrounding neighborhood. And this is a really unique place because it's quickly becoming a neighborhood that could get subsumed by these large developments around it, and I think we need to be careful about that. I have an issue with the second level of the garage and understanding the catastrophic events that could occur. I would say I think that the issue of the impact of the garage on the surrounding neighborhood is an issue for me, which leads me to the comment that I think if the EIR, it strikes me that the EIR analysis should do as much as it can to reasonably understand the impact of any kind of subterranean excavation on the surrounding neighborhood, and I'm not sure that it goes far enough for me. That's it.
Commissioner Hanson.
I asked early in their hearing about the other office building and also about some other the office buildings in the town, not because it's directly in the neighborhood, but because it seemed to me that this would be one of the larger office buildings we would be building. And then I looked at I've been looking really heavily at the commercial design guidelines as well as the general plan, which is, as someone said, it's sort of like our Bible. It's our strategic plan. And I definitely think that although we definitely as a town need Class A office space, and there's big demand for it. The question of location comes in, and I think that this would be a great building somewhere else in Los Gatos. But on Alberto Way, we have a really unique situation with not only a lot of residential traffic, it's the single access point, and then we have a lot of the senior citizens as well, and there's additional concerns. And so I can't get comfortable with the development this size. There's probably a size that could work, but there doesn't seem to be any flexibility on the part of the applicant. So I just, and then there's other things that I would go into if we were thinking about approving it relative to the garage and the architecture, but I think it's probably most important to focus on the size.
Commissioner Hudes?
I think that significant steps were taken since the Planning Commission in August, and I think that directionally it's going the right way. However, I think that not enough attention was paid to reducing the size of the structure. So I am not persuaded that the volume reduction equates to the square footage reduction. And so I think the square footage reduction on the order of 10% didn't address the concerns that the Planning Commission had in August. However, I think there are other issues that I'm concerned with as well in the application, and my understanding is that it's unlikely that. Well, let me put that aside. So let me articulate the other issues that I have. I think that either there's a misplacement of the story poles, or it's an incorrect statement that there's been 10 feet of additional setback made based on my observation at the site. I think that there's actually some very good elements of the existing building that, if were followed, could help develop a building that's larger but not quite as imposing as the current proposal. So the existing building has a portion, I think someone, I'm not sure if we got testimony on it or someone called it out, that there's 20% that's below grade. And I think that lends itself to that particular site, to not have this massive building completely above grade. And since there's already discussion about putting parking garage below grade, it seems to me that part of the office space could be below grade as it is currently. The other issue that I'm concerned about, and one that was a big part of our discussion in August, was safety of the residents in the adjacent housing units, particularly with the gridlock traffic situation that occurs on Highway 9 and the difficulty in getting emergency vehicles onto a street that's narrow. And that issue, I don't think, has been resolved. I was not convinced that the widening is sufficient. Or maybe it wasn't presented clearly to me to address that safety concern that I have about being able to get an emergency vehicle down that street. You know, remembering that we have a fundamental structural issue with our traffic that we have a temporary fix for, but we don't have a permanent solution to, and that is the gridlock that occurs in various neighborhoods in Los Gatos due to the beach traffic following the directions from Apple Maps and Google Maps and various other GPS. And to me, that is a structural issue, almost like we had a bridge out, and we don't have a permanent solution to that. And here, with that kind of gridlock that occurs on Highway 9, it presents a safety hazard to me in getting emergency vehicles onto a street that has a population that probably would like to have access to those vehicles. So I don't think that that issue has been solved sufficiently in the existing proposal.
Thank you. Vice Chair Kane?
On the question of development, we often come to, I used to discuss with Mike Wasserman, not to name drop, but you've got the existing people and the appropriate preservation of the town. And you've got future people and the necessary development of the town. And you've got to weigh these things. They don't come in numbers. They don't come in specifics. They don't come in science. They come in listening to people. And anybody count the amount of letters we got last year and this year? Hundreds of letters. And we had extensive testimony from the neighbors at our previous hearings. And what I get out of that is that there's a great deal of fear in this room, and there's a great deal of fear in these letters. And I feel that's not being acknowledged to the degree that it needs to be, given the job I'm supposed to be doing in balancing current people, future people. And the direction that was given about the size of the project, which is, I don't know, 90% of the problem, or was not adhered to. I went back and listened to the first meeting we had tape. I went back and listened to the second meeting we had tape. I've been working on this for a week. I really wanted to remember what happened last year, because I can't remember what happened yesterday. And it was clear what the commission was saying at that time. And what I heard tonight is, it doesn't matter. I can't make any more movement than I have. And I think that's very unacceptable to the existing people. And I'm moved by that fear. I'm moved by these tears. I'm moved by changing people's lives. And in its present form, I can't support it. We gave lots of reasons about these social aspects. 1.3 in the commercial guidelines, all of them. 1.4 in the commercial guidelines. We've heard general plan provisions cited tonight. We've heard land use provisions cited tonight in the policy. Not a lot of numbers in there, but those are the guidelines, the guardians of the social concerns. And the project being the way it is, those are the guidelines I'm going to use when I make my decision.
I'll make my comments. I could not approve this project either. It isn't because of the dam. That is not an issue that would cause me to say no on this. The two-story garage does bother me, and I do think the water issue, both in the EIR and in the proposal, is very troublesome to me. But the basic reason that I would not approve this project is the general plan. I'm empathetic with any developer who comes in and says, we did all the numbers. We did all the numbers right. And let's assume for the moment they did all the numbers right. We still have a general plan. And fortunately, we have a general plan. When it talks about, for example, in the vision statement, when it talks about harmonizing with the existing development, that's something we're supposed to pay attention to. When it talks about, let me look here, goals, talks about to provide for well-planned, careful growth that reflects the town's existing character and infrastructure. When it talks about the type, density, and intensity of new land use shall be consistent with that of the immediate neighborhood. New construction, remodels, and additions shall be compatible and blend with the existing neighborhood. It goes on and on with that kind of language. That makes it very difficult for a developer, but it is good for the community. And I think only when the developer really pushes does the developer guaranteed to run into the general plan. And here, the size of this project is too big. And I think that flies in the face of the general plan. And because of that, I would not support it. And I also agree, I think Commissioner Janoff perhaps said it best, with some of the debilities in the EIR. But since we don't have to get to that, if in fact, and that's what I've heard, if we are to deny the project. If we deny the project, the applicant can certainly appeal, and we'll find out what the council will do. But I would now entertain a motion, because we've all, I think, unless there's somebody else who wants to say something, I would entertain a motion on the question of the project itself, not the EIR. Don't all rush to do it.
Okay, if I venture a motion, I want to make sure I'm clear. I'm only venturing the motion on the architectural site application right now. Is that correct?
Well, also the conditional permit application. So as I read this, and I'll defer obviously to the town attorney and the other staff, it says the subject is the architectural site application, the conditional use permit, and the environmental impact report. Now, we've just said we're going to defer any issue at the moment on the environmental impact report, but so that leaves two things: the architectural site application and the conditional use permit, if I understand correctly.
That's correct. It would be a simple motion that you make a motion to deny both the architectural site and conditional use permit applications, and then you can state any reasoning for that.
Okay. All right, so I will make a motion to deny architectural and site application S-15-056 and conditional use permit application U-15-009, 401 to 409 Alberta Way. I'm going to acknowledge the work that the applicant has done as far as many requests that we made as far as the bike, the widening of the road, redlining the curb. I think that there has been a lot done on this application. I want to make sure that I acknowledge that. I think it simply comes down to a compatibility with the neighborhood issue and the size, and I certainly hope that if appealed and the applicant does go to council, perhaps there is some wiggle room found there, and something could be brought to council that would be more compatible with the neighborhood.
Is there a second? Commissioner Hanson, you're seconding.
I will second.
Is there any discussion of the motion? Vice Chair Kane.
In what form should this go to council? Should we articulate the provisions in the general plan, commercial guidelines, land use, or have we done that?
Personally, the council will have a written record of our discussions, and I would think that should be adequate. I will defer to staff to see if that's correct.
That is correct. There's been a number of things that have been expressed this evening, both by the public and at former hearings by commissioners. If you feel more comfortable trying to add some more specificity to that, and the maker of the motion and the seconder are okay with that, that's fine.
I want to be careful that we don't narrow it down too much, because we've had long and lengthy, maybe that's the same thing, lengthy conversations over a period of time. And anybody that reads the record will get they'll get a very good indication of why. And if we try to enumerate those things, that'd be fine, but I would want to make sure that's not the exclusive basis. Commissioner Hudes.
Yeah, I would agree with the chair on that point, that I would have difficulty supporting the motion if it were narrowed down too much. I think this is a level that points out the inconsistencies with the general plan and the issues, and I think that I would be comfortable supporting it in this form.
Commissioner Janoff.
I just, excuse me, wanted to make one point regarding the attempt at the reduction in size of the building. And while it's been acknowledged that the reduction in mass is perhaps on the order of 20 to 25%, and the reduction of square footage only at the 10% level, that I would like the council and others to know that from my perspective, the reduction in size has two impacts. There's the visual mass scale views, which had been partially addressed with the reduction in mass, but the reduction of square footage relates to the reduction in the number of tenants / maintenance / whatever else is happening to bring additional persons to that site. So I think it's important to understand that we're really hung up on the reduction in size as it relates to reducing the number of tenants.
And construction.
Well, yes, that's not exclusive, but you're saying as to that point, you're amplifying, and that's fine. But we're saying it's the whole record, and that's fine. That's the motion. So if there's no further comments or questions, I'll call the motion. All those in favor say aye. Aye. The motion passes unanimously. And now we could get your comments on the appeal.
There are appeal rights. Anyone who's not satisfied with the decision of the Planning Commission can appeal that decision to the Town Council. Forms are available in the clerk's office. There's a fee for filing the appeal, and the appeal must be filed within 10 days.
Thank you all for being here. We have one more matter. You can all leave. You know, it's not a real interest. Well, I don't know what it is yet. Oh, okay, so there's no report from the Director of Community Development.
That's correct.
And I can say it's not interesting. All right. The meeting is adjourned.